Capriolio, Councilmember Olivier, Councilmember Quintero, and Councilmember Jean.
Right. And we are just going to plunge right in this morning with a presentation from FYI on their annual budget and get started.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes.
I just wanted to add to the motion list last week's presentation by the city clerk's office that we put it on the motion list. There wasn't any comments from any council members, so I just wanted to get that added on there so that when the time comes to make the votes, we already have it on there.
Oh, so you're making a motion to approve, Councilman?
Yes. No, to get on the motion list, I approve it.
Oh, okay.
But to get it on the motion list so full council can, that way we don't have to discuss it or deal with it at the time. It just comes to council to approve as a full council. But I just want to get on the motion list, and that way we don't need a second.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Mm-hmm.
On
I'll
that,
second that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Jane.
Good morning. Good morning, Council President, Council members. The first department we have today is the Airports Department. This is an enterprise department, and it subsists mostly on revenues from parking, concessions, and federal inspection station fees. The revenues in this particular department are trending upwards, both in FY14 and in 15. And they are also expecting in 15 lower debt service payments due to the successful refinancing of the bonds that they did back in August of 2013. There is also a minor contractual master fee schedule amendment that's going to be included in this budget for next year. It is for the Airways Golf Course green fees. As I mentioned, it is contractual in nature and it is routine and it is updated every year. On the expenditure side, the primary impact in this year's budget is the transfer of the 11 officers from the Fresno Police Department from FYI back to the general fund and back to the police department, and the efforts that FYI is making in order to beef up that service in order to take the place of those officers that are leaving. The transition savings is estimated at approximately $200,000 for next year. And they are also anticipating additional staffing that's going to be going along with that. So they're actually asking for a mix of full-time, permanent part-time, and temporary public safety officers that will fill that need that has been left by moving those officers back over. Also, they will be eliminating 4 temporary public safety supervisors and replacing them with 3 PPTs. And all of this is basically just to give them more flexibility in the staffing and in reducing overtime and the ability to cover shifts. They are also deleting one, on the administrative side, they're deleting one MA3, and they're converting another MA3 to an admin manager. They're also converting a custodian to a senior custodian. You will notice in the book on page B45, which is their combined revenues and expenditures, that their overall expenditures are going down. That is primarily due to the capital grants. They're completing several large capital projects this year and next year, and so that funding has also been lowered. And I believe that is more or less the highlights of the operational budget. And I believe that FYI staff is here to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Thank you, Jane. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on the airport budget?
(9:17) and y'all just coming to work. My name is Barbara Hunt, 2475 South Walnut, Fresno, California. On this airport, they got their own budget. They got their own little council government, but they come here when they need money. But what I'm seeing here, that's in this ordinance, that the city of Fresno, that's police ordinance that I read about the other day, that never was approved by the voters, and you guys all already know what's going on. And the paperwork in here lets you know that the county of Fresno took their money and put it in the city of Fresno treasurer, and by this bill, this bill that you guys approved, 907 or something, and they're still telling you that the budget is going to be out of balance if you guys don't approve it. And you guys went ahead and approved this ordinance and this bill that's agreement with the city of Fresno and the police and the fire department have. That whole thing is illegal. It's against the law. And y'all, somebody going to jail on this. I'm turning this paper in because all of the county of Fresno, all of their areas is, and the county, the farmers and everybody is being affected by this. And then they're telling you don't sign this paper, the budget going to be out of balance. Yes, it's going to be out of balance because that whole process is illegal. On this airport, they got their own money, they got their own business, they got everything goes on out there, and nobody's been held accountable. These are enterprise people, private enterprise. It's against the law for us to be up here giving the direction for them to go when they don't belong to us. That's our money, that's our airport, and that airport is not named no Fresno Yosemite International Airport. If it is, you show me where it's legal, or that's Hammerfield out there. And they got a super sand fund that's supposed to be cleaned up by all that contamination out there. But every time they want money, they come up here. Whatever you want something proved, they come up here. Everything come up here, but they don't belong to us. You guys are worshiping two masters up in here. You cannot work for the enterprise folks, and you cannot work for the city of Fresno at the same time. And you're doing this knowingly. My name is in this same thing from 2001. I've been talking about this one since the ballpark was going on. And you guys are not doing your homework. So if you guys not doing your homework, this is a conspiracy. So who are you guys working for? The city of Fresno? Or these enterprise, and that's the enterprise out there by themselves, or tell me who you work for, because you guys are going to tell the judge. And I got the papers here. The ordinance, when was it approved? Everybody's going to be affected by this. All their taxes, all their money, it's going to be County Fresno 5 times higher than anybody else. And then when you got the annexation, the city of Fresno get all this money from the people they annex into the city of Fresno, and we don't even know if that's legal. Some people getting all the tax-free money, like Gap and all them, gave it to them for $1. Like these enterprise folks out here got giving the money for people you hire. That whole River Park is out there as those enterprise. So you guys should know better than this here. You know what's going on up here. You can't fool me. You guys can fool God. If you think you can, you better wake up and smell the coffee because God is on top of all this stuff. It's not fair to the people.
Any other members of the public like to comment on the airport budget? All right, Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Kevin, I have a couple of questions. First and foremost, you are one of the crown jewels of District 4, and I really appreciate the hard work that you've engaged in every year, particularly on increasing the savings and reducing the expenses. Well done. That's a great job.
Thank you.
I just was curious a little bit about Airways Golf Course. There was a mention of an agreement there with the golf course by staff.
Yeah, we have basically a concessions agreement with an operator for the golf course. You know, obviously we own it, and they'll come in and operate it, and we do a profit sharing, basically a profit sharing with them. And part of that concessionaire agreement is that the green fees increase based on the CPI. And usually, I don't know the exact amount this year, but sometimes it's a quarter, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more. I'm looking over at these folks here. So that's every year that occurs, that little increase. And just, I'm glad you mentioned this because not a part of this budget, but later on in the year, we anticipate coming back to council with a master fee proposed change on the golf course to provide more offerings. For example, a 9-hole offering and some other to really. To give the public more choices. It'll also generate more revenue for the golf course and for the airport.
It sounds like a wonderful partnership, and congratulations, and to your team, keep up the good work. You are one of my crown jewels, so thanks a lot for all you do for the city.
Councilman Quintero.
Kevin, do you have an idea as to what the increase in the green fees are going to be at Airways?
I think they're looking it up right now.
Okay.
I believe that it's 25 cents.
25 cents.
Yeah.
And does that also, is that increase also going to affect the prices for the seniors?
Yes, it is. As per the contract, it is for all classes of individuals.
Okay. Okay, and then another thing, Kevin, is earlier this year, I believe the airport's put together like a marketing program, flying to Fresno, and we got a real nice map of some of the destination points and all that. And it seems like it's been kind of effective. I think they're pretty effective. I read about it in the paper or something. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's actually tied into the Majestic Mountain Loop campaign with the National Park Service, and we've been getting a lot of traction on that. Actually, worldwide, the reach for this, and we ourselves, the airport, actually receives a lot of phone calls. How can I do this? How can I do this? And my understanding is it's not the airport, but there's a company that's working with the Visitors Bureau up in Oakhurst to provide some kind of transportation service out of the Fresno area, if not right out of the airport itself. So it's a big deal. In fact, part of that campaign is rolled into, at the end of this month, there's a celebration for the National Park Service, the 150-year anniversary of the signing of the Yosemite Grant, which is really kind of the start of the whole National Park Service nationwide. So that campaign is going very, very well. We're also working with a company that is marketing the Central Valley to the rest of the United States, and they're using Brand USA as part of their marketing tool, which actually has a worldwide reach.
They're using who? I'm sorry.
Brand USA.
Brand USA.
Yeah, and it's actually a worldwide reach that they have. That's just now starting to kick off. Another thing we're doing too, and this is more on the local level, is that we are going to be kicking off an intensive customer service program for all the stakeholders at the airport. And this is just not airport employees. This is the airline employees, the rental car employees, the concessionaires who operate at the facility, the parking, just to bring home the message that everybody who touches the airport, everybody who comes to the airport, we need to make sure we maximize their experience. In other words, it's positive experience all the way. So they go out and they tell a good word. Yeah, we traveled through Fresno and it was fantastic. The TSA were good to work with. And by the way, we're including Customs and Border Protection and TSA as well as part of this program. Just that whole welcoming, even if it's the curbside folks that help you with the bags, just the whole attitude. And so we're kicking that program off here within the next couple of weeks.
So the airport's marketing folks are pretty involved with the Majestic Loop thing. Yeah.
Very, very involved. In fact, there's monthly newsletters that go out for that program, and we're always part of that newsletter. And it's that particular program has really a life of its own. I mean, really way beyond what we ever thought it was going to be. We thought initially California maybe, but the reach is pretty substantial. Pretty exciting program to partner with the National Park Service on that.
There was an article in the Bee this weekend about Yosemite, and I guess of all the national parks the amount of monies that they all pull in, Yosemite is responsible for, I think, 25% of that money that comes in. So it was a pretty good article as far as promotion goes, and the car rentals spaces and everything are pretty good shape.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, what's interesting is on the car rental side, the car rental companies know what kind of business an airport generates based on how many people fly out of a particular airport. At our airport, that number is a lot higher than normal. And the car rental companies are very excited about that. And what's going on? Well, people not only use them when they fly in and out of the airport, but our local community uses the car rental facility when they want to take that maybe day trip up to Yosemite or take that vacation and drive out of state or other places, and they'll utilize the airport facility for that as well, which is unusual for an airport. So the metrics are a lot higher at our airport for the car rental activity.
Okay. Great job. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Point of clarification, Council Member. The weekday and the tournament fees are going up 25 cents. The monthly cards for everybody will be going up 75 cents, just so that you know.
Thank you.
Councilman Brand.
I say again, good job for you and your staff at making a major turnaround. I mean, compared to like 3 or 4 years ago, we got at the bottom during the recession. And is that loan just about paid off, city manager? The one going back, the GAP loan?
Yes, that actually is included in the budget. There's about $874,000 transfer in the general fund going, and it will conclude in FY17. That will be the last year.
Okay, so we're almost
Yeah, we're almost done.
Okay,
Yeah, that was a 10-year.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. On the I know the recent cancellation of the One Airlines on Las Vegas. I think it's that Legion has increased their trips. Is that made up for that?
No, not entirely. The United/SkyWest had daily, 5 days a week, with small 30-seat aircraft. And obviously, the Friday, Sundays were very busy, and also midweek, Wednesday was busy for them. The other days were somewhat slow, which is understandable for that market. It's a point-to-point market. Allegiant did step up. They have added their Wednesday flight, which is good, and we've gotten feedback from the community says, hey, why don't you have this midweek Allegiant flight? So they've done that, and they've committed to using their 757 instead of the MD-80 on the Friday, Sunday. So Allegiant responded, but they responded in a way that they feel they can maximize their ridership. So, but it's not filling all the seats that we lost, but it's filling the peak time seats.
And I'm assuming they pulled out because it just wasn't profitable for them. Is that right?
That's exactly right. It had nothing to do with ridership because these flights were fairly full.
Right.
It had to do with increased costs of operating this particular aircraft, which is aging. It's like all of us, when we age, it costs more to keep us going. Same thing. Pilot shortage, and they analyze their financial picture monthly and make these decisions. And so we weren't the only ones that they made a change with. There could be changes in the future that we're unaware of, but we're keeping our eyes close to this situation. And I'm glad you brought this point up because, as part of this budget, we are putting money into reserves. That is a very high priority for us. And what's unique about airports is that even when the economy is growing, we still need to watch out for a rainy day for the airport. Meaning when you have an airline that makes a business decision that could impact the financials of an airport, we need to be able to make up that slack on the short term anyway. So that's all the more important for us to make sure we continue to build our reserves because it doesn't necessarily mean the economy is going bad. No, the economy is doing really good, but we still need it for other reasons.
What is your reserve projected to be?
This next fiscal year, we're going to add to it approximately 1.1. Mm-hmm. At the end of FY15, the total reserve will be about $8 million. I'm looking over at Mike.
Okay,
Yes.
Step in the right direction. On the flight to San Diego, is that working well? It's just for anybody that lives here, having a direct flight to San Diego is a major, major plus.
It's going pretty well. I mean, the airlines like to be, average load factors on airlines are in the 75 to 80% range. The San Diego flights aren't quite that high. I would say they're in the 70 range. They're a little lower than they want, but it's good enough that they're making money. Plus, Alaska values the San Diego market. Mm-hmm. Delta is also in San Diego, and if you've been reading, Delta and Alaska are kind of, intense competition between those two airlines at Seattle and also San Diego. So they don't want to give up their presence at San Diego. And actually, what's advantageous to us on the San Diego flight is that this is a follow-on flight. This is a flight that basically goes from Portland to Fresno to San Diego, back to Fresno, back to Portland. Mm-hmm. Now, the Portland to Fresno is a very successful flight, and it's not going to go away, at least that's what we understand. And so keeping San Diego in the loop just makes total sense. So all indications from Alaska is that there's no intention of any change.
And we've started up again the direct flight to Honolulu again on
June 4th. We started twice a week,
Mm-hmm.
And they're full. Yeah.
Good. Do you think, I know that the business model out there, that sometime in the future we could ever have like a direct flight to New York or D.C.? Is that ever going to be in the cards for Fresno?
Right now, I have to say I don't see it in the cards, and the reason for that is because we have all the major carriers at our airport currently, and they don't want to overfly their hub. United is not going to overfly Denver to get to New York. It's going to take a larger aircraft to go from Fresno to New York. The number of people that fly to New York doesn't justify, out of Fresno on an annual basis, doesn't justify this larger aircraft to fill. And so they'll go into Denver and then transfer and so forth. I mean, if we were to get another service that was fairly long or medium haul, I would think that Chicago would be a better choice for Fresno. You know, and in fact, I'll be meeting with a number of our airlines and others here at the end of the month, and Chicago's on my list of things to talk to them about.
Right. And, you know, you guys, when people come to Fresno, I've been doing this for 30 years in my business, and a lot of clients fly into Fresno. So the first impression they get of Fresno is your airport, which has made substantial improvements. And we've been talking about business expansion, business-friendly Fresno, and I can't think of any more important component of that than what you guys do, how you guys coordinate with, you know, Convention Visitors Bureau, Convention Center, EDC. I think we need to really work on that strategic relationship, because I really believe that if we're, you know, anybody coming here to Fresno, they're going to want a reliable connection on the airlines, and having to, you know, to fly to Visalia, take a bus to Fresno, whatever, is not going to make it. So I think you're going the right direction. I just encourage all the groups out there that are directly or indirectly related to business expansion, tourism, and so on, work closer with you on trying to find, you know, ways we can work together.
Yeah, and actually to follow on, I'm glad you mentioned that, to follow up on Councilmember Quintero's question a little earlier, we are also working on marketing materials to give to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, to give to the EDC as they reach out to businesses or businesses reach to them to come into Fresno, to let them know what the capabilities of the airport are, and not just in passengers, but also on the cargo side as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Baines.
Hey, Kevin, really quick, I don't want to, a lot of my colleagues mentioned some of the same things that I was going to ask, so I want to echo them and telling you good job with the operations over at the airport. And personally, thank you for when my luggage was misplaced, because Kevin, you guys don't know, I lost my luggage one time, or I didn't lose my luggage. The airline lost my luggage, and Kevin, yes, Kevin was a great resource for me. He calmed me down. I was a manic person, and he got me in line. So thank you for that, Kevin. And you know, I was chatting a little bit when Lee was asking his questions, but did you guys go over the drop in intergovernmental revenue? The drop, the 63% drop in intergovernmental revenue.
Oh, the capital. I think the drop in overall. Are you talking about the?
Is that? See, I was wondering, but the numbers aren't exactly the 18 million. So is that intergovernmental revenue incorporated into the capital?
Yeah, their capital, they completed or will complete several large, I think there's 3 large capital projects. And so the funding for those comes primarily from the FAA or from the federal government. And so when those projects are finished, that
makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that's what I was looking at when I was looked at the capital portion of that. It just didn't seem like it was the same in there, but now I understand. So that was all. Great job. I totally like some of the changes at the airport. Definitely see the increase in ridership that's happening. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, whatever we can do to support. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin, screen's clear. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jane. All right. Our next budget item is about our convention center. And so, Jane, I think you're going to get us started on that as well, right?
I believe I am. Ladies and gentlemen, the Convention Center obviously is run by SMG. I won't spend a great deal of time on this. Obviously, as you know, the Convention Center had a new agreement that was passed by the council this year. The budget that they have submitted is in conformance with that agreement. as far as the general fund subsidy that was reduced, and also the budget for capital improvements. There are transfers now in the budget from the general fund and from the APES fee for energy efficiency upgrades, and those are now within the budget. And I believe that's all. The rest of it is pretty much the general fund's portion of it has not substantially changed except for that decrease in subsidy. And I believe that concludes my presentation. So if you have any questions, I believe Mr. Overfelt is available.
Bill, did you want to make any opening comments, or you want us to go out to the public and then come back to you? Or? All right, let's do that then. Are there any members of the... Oh, actually, I have a card turned in. Layla, you turned in a card, so now's a good chance to address this. Okay? Yeah.
Sorry for the procedural issue.
We'll get to you in a second.
I did put together a 3-page opening remarks, but now that I understand the public can speak first, I'd like to jump to an issue that is not on this paper. Is that based on discussions with the advisory board as well as the Visitors and Convention and Visitors Bureau, one thing I'd like to request that the council consider, and I have recently discussed this with the city manager, is that in this year's budget, it established a co-promotion fund of $50,000 in cash that I would be using to attract more business with. It also establishes a $500,000 working capital fund that will help me better pay the bills on time and those type of things that have always been an issue in the past, frankly, especially in the summertime when our cash flows are slow. What I'm proposing is that the council authorize us and me to allocate the $50,000 of the co-promotion fund to the Visitors Bureau and another $50,000 of the $500,000 in working capital to the Visitors Bureau. And the purpose of that simply is to be able to fund them so that they can hire a trained professional salesperson that will concentrate solely on selling our facilities downtown. The T-bid that the Bureau currently operates under is very, very restrictive when it comes to those type of things. They really are not allowed by law to concentrate on just one facility. I would plan over time to replace that $100,000 in my budget, frankly, through revenues developed through our co-promotion program, which is doing so well. So that's, I'd like you to please consider that, and I think that's what they'd like to talk to you about as well.
Fantastic. Good idea.
And if I, before you go, just a little clarification. In discussions with Mr. Overfeld, as he indicated, the co-promotion is doing so well that we believe within his existing appropriations as proposed, that we can reallocate some of these resources so that they focus on attracting more conventions. The convention center facilities were not designed to support themselves solely on concerts and boxing and things of that nature. The Selland Arena, in a lot of ways, and the buildings were designed or established so that during the lull, during the downturn, or when there aren't as many conventions coming to town, that these provide additional revenue coming into the facilities. The bread and butter of the convention center are conventions. And so therefore what we're trying to do is, as we did with the co-promotion, we started looking at ways to fill primarily the Selland Arena. What we want to do is take the next step and start going out to communities and trying to attract new conventions into the downtown or into the convention center. Because again, the core business model when the buildings were constructed was for conventions, not necessarily concerts or sporting events. So that's the logic that goes with this proposal.
Makes sense. Layla?
Good morning. Bill and I have sat and also with our city manager, and we have put together a job description that we agree upon for this particular person that we would hire. And I'm very excited about it because I was asked at a workshop I did in May about the percentage of the $28 million since the T-bid that was just the downtown facilities. And so I really tore that apart, and I looked at it, and Bill and I have discussed it, and those 44% of that business was at the downtown facilities, but a lot of that was booked prior to the T-bid because we were able to put more focus also, and our budget was larger. So I do believe that this will make a big difference. Just one new convention, well, I'd say one really large, like an FFA, another convention of 5,000, and a couple other smaller conventions could bring another, $1.5 million in room revenue, just like that. And somebody that really is has the background in selling convention center facilities and conventions could do a lot more than that. So I am in favor of that. Do you have any questions for me or no?
Thanks, Layla.
Okay.
Barbara?
Since we didn't get an agenda, so we don't know what's coming up, but the lady right here just gave me permission so I can have one of these because I asked for it. And I would put cards up here because you don't have a format so I can follow. Now, this is a book from Solid Waste Management Enterprise. Now, if you go back there, which I know you guys got sense enough to look at the back of that budget book, and you will see that the whole thing is full of capital improvement projects. And you will also see that all these departments are enterprise. Why should we be talking when you don't have no money coming from these people and their enterprises? Why are you talking to them? This is not our budget. This is their budget. Swanson even had to borrow money from them. She wouldn't have had to if she would get the money back from that profit tax sharing agreement that millions of dollars is going from the budget, and you guys just go and approve it. And the county's over there laughing at you because the county and the city got a profit sharing agreement, and all of them budget is gone. It's not coming up to equal. These are not our departments. These are not our people. These people belong to these enterprises. And you go look in your budget book, you will see for yourself. How can Swearingen run a government when she don't come down here and take care of her own business and want to be a controller somewhere? Billions of dollars. I'm controlling my foot. I put mine in Chrome, that horse, before I put it into the hub. This don't make sense. All the money from the convention center is coming off of the tax increments from Southwest Fresno. And I got all them budget books. All this belongs to Southwest Fresno. All the money being spent on this here. Banks had any knots up there in the head up there. He would go and do research. Brand was over there on that committee over there helping out with this. All this money belongs to the city of Fresno. We built all this stuff. We can't even clean our own building out. Got to have somebody come in here clean it up for us, and they need to go over there and clean up house and get all that money back. They stole money from that business bureau over there, city and county over there acting a fool. And you guys up here don't know what you're doing. I think all you guys need to resign. Except Sal, he asks questions. I want all of you. Bruce, you need to go too. Renee, all y'all need to go. You knows this here. All the tax increments from all these many years come from Southwest Fresno. That tax increment for redevelopment, and the city council is a redevelopment agency. I want that money back from Brain was the president of redevelopment. I want that money back from redevelopment to go in the city Fresno company. They borrowed $50 million they own us and act like y'all got amnesia. I think you're getting paid off or in love with somebody around this doggone place or do anything that they say do. That's not democracy. That's stupidity. And this is all going to come back up because, like I said, the AF, the CIL, the union, I'm getting all these things together, and I'm going to put in the biggest lawsuit against you guys from Southwest Fresno and these other areas that's getting shortchanged because of that profit-sharing agreement. And you're going to have millions of dollars up here for your district, and you're giving it to these folks for nothing. Don't make sense.
Al Smith, I saw you making a move for the microphone. Come on up.
Thank you very much. President Randall, ladies and gentlemen, Al Smith, Fresno Chamber of Commerce, 2331 Fresno Street. Once upon a time, Fresno was considered one of the top cities for regional conventions in our state. The reasons for that were central location, we had lower than normal room rates, and we had a modern airport, thank you very much, and we had a good spacious convention center that was easily usable by conventions. To paraphrase the old Jimmy Durante guy, and I hope there are some of you who remember Jimmy Durante, everybody wanted to get into the act, and all of a sudden San Jose, and, Long Beach, and some of these other cities really revved up their convention program to be much more competitive, and as a result, we lost some of our position. When the economic downturn took place, as you know, the city was forced to make a lot of cuts, and they cut the entire budget for the CVB. And when they cut that, well, they switched to the T bid, and the T bid had a different approach to addressing and marketing to the leisure traveler. As a result, the share of the regional meeting business has shrunk in our area, and we've suffered ever since. When the budget is spent by you people in the city, there are two categories to consider. One is an expense. A policeman would be an expense. We need that service. We pay $1 for that service, and we get that service in return. The other budgeted item is an investment. You spend $1, and you hope you get $1.50 or something like that coming back. So the idea of dedicating a specific amount of money just to a rifle shot approach to the resurrection of this competitive position in the convention business, I think, is very important. It seems to me to make all the sense in the world. All the attractive elements still remain: the central location, lower than normal room rates, a spacious and usable convention center. Not only should we expect an economic infusion across the many businesses of our city from something like this, but it lessens the deficits that we give every year to that very needed public building, and it nicely, I think, connects all the dots that we are trying to connect in the revitalization of our downtown area. So I would hope that you see the wisdom of letting us get back into this business. Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public like to comment on this item? All right, up at council, Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. Really quickly, first of all, just wanted to comment on a lot of the changes that have happened at the convention center. They've been, in my opinion, with the definitely leadership of my friend Lee Brand and working together with the convention center. I think there have been some really good changes, and I'm encouraged by some of the numbers I see. And just wanted to say publicly to thank you to Lee for really getting into this issue and bringing some leadership to it, because it was really good. With regard to the co-promotion fund, so I wanted to just make sure, because I certainly am in favor of the idea. I see the wisdom in it, but I wanted to clarify that the $100,000 that we would be investing with the Convention Visitors Bureau, the staff position that would fund, that person would not be dedicated to only downtown issues, or they would? I want to make sure we clarify that distinction.
I think there's two things I need to clarify. First, this position would be specifically hired by the Bureau, worked for the Bureau, and they would their job description is completely centered around selling our facilities downtown. Secondly,
would we see that job description before?
Yes, sir. And the one thing that we haven't talked about that the city manager is aware of, that there would end up being an MOU between the Bureau.
That was going to be my next question, actually.
And the city, have the city attorneys work together to set actual performance standards, room night productions, all those type of things. That all would happen before that money was dispersed.
Okay. Okay. And I think that was really mainly one of my first issues I needed to be clarified, is because I understand that the Convention Visitors Bureau can't solely focus on downtown. I do recognize that, but obviously if we're going to contribute some dollars to a staff person for that, I want to know how closely how much of a bang for our buck. So would this person not work on any other issue other than downtown issues, or would that be the case?
Downtown issues, our buildings.
Okay.
Yes.
And have we contemplated maybe having incentives for goals reached in that MOU for that person?
I think that will all be a part of the negotiations.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We have spoke about as more successful this position becomes in generating hotel room nights and the use of our facilities. Yes, frankly, we would probably come back to the city council with a blessing of the manager and request some more dollars.
Okay.
The money I'm talking about is just seed money
Sure.
out of my budget to get this going.
No, most definitely. I certainly gather that. I just wanted to make sure that, listen, if we get the right person, they're doing a good job. Obviously, we want to make sure that we can incentivize that person to continue doing a good job, because that, of course, makes the situation better for both ends. So, wanted to make sure we were contemplating that too. And with the co-promotions, the co-promotion events, it looks like we had just really quick count on the handout you gave here. We had like 24 of them, and we're estimated to have a revenue of about $500,000 from that.
Yes, sir. This part of the handout that I had put together for you all as part of my opening remarks, this is what we have on the books. I currently have 3 or 4 more that we're working on that we're not. We don't put them here on this schedule until we are very comfortable that they're in fact going to take place. As you can note, since I guess September of this past year, this new rental rate structure plan has produced this kind of business for us. It has helped greatly. We are talking to the 2 largest promoters in the world, Live Nation and AEG, more and more all the time. They're very interested in the program. Both of us are frankly making more money. And what I would plan to do is assuming this continues, which I do, this is where I would take the money to replace what we are saying we are going to allocate to help the Bureau for this new sales position.
Okay. Okay, great. I was just reviewing a couple numbers. One quick question. I see you had an event in April of this year, and you still have an estimated profit on there. Is it taking a few months to realize what the actual profit is, or?
No, that's actually a mistake. Those are smaller MMA type fights that we're building. We're doing multiple shows with that promoter, and generally realizing it's $5,000 to $6,000 a show.
Okay,
that should be updated, frankly.
Okay. I just was curious. Okay, and I see the last time you updated this document was on the 30th of May. Okay. Well, listen, I have certainly been a fan of the new co-promotion structure that was proposed, and I'm happy to see that it's actually bearing fruit. Encouraged also about the investment with the Convention Visitors Bureau regarding a person to focus on downtown conventions. I think that's certainly all moving in the right direction. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the capital fund. You said you're going to set aside $500,000 for a capital improvements fund. Did you say that?
Yes, I'll go ahead and get into that now. As far as I understand this, through the city manager's office, they have set aside $550,000 for the energy savings plan.
Yeah, it's a combination of general fund and APES fees. APES fees, obviously, that's what they are collected to do, is to make capital improvements. And then there's some additional monies from the general fund that will go to energy efficiencies over at the convention center that will hopefully take place in the next couple of months. That will be able to realize substantial savings over the course of time.
Just this morning, I delivered that report to the city manager for his review. It offers various different financing plans the city may consider. It's very specific on the actual energy upgrades. It includes a 5-year maintenance plan, and I met with these. These are people that we work with out of our corporate office on these kind of projects. It could actually be accomplished if we can find all the dollars, and that's one thing I want to talk to the city manager about after he has time to read the full report, is that we could start immediately seeing these savings hit our P&L in this fiscal year. total projected savings are between $300,000 and $400,000 a year from what I'm paying now. And I'd also like to make a point with
and that would be an annual savings.
Yes, sir. It would
And
be.
what's the initial? And obviously, I haven't read the report. So, snapshot. What would be the initial investment?
I think it's going to be all in around $1 million.
Okay.
But again, it includes full 5-year maintenance program and those type of things. And in closing on that issue, we did not include those potential savings in this year's budget because we still have work to do on it, frankly. And in the manager's suggestion, we left the basically $1 million a year that we currently pay PG&E.
Right.
And in closing on the PG&E issue, I would like to say that, and let everybody know, because it has been a long and tough issue to deal with for many years. It wasn't too long ago we owed PG&E over $1.2 million. That number now is about $60,000. So we are almost current with PG&E. With the working capital fund I will have, and the manager's blessing on spending that type of money, I'd like to go ahead and clean that up, be completely current with them on a 30-day basis, and put that behind us.
Well, that's even more encouraging that we have settled our debt with PG&E. I know that was causing some anxiety around here, and just so you know, Bruce and I have chatted somewhat about the energy upgrades that I think that can happen at the convention center, and I'm certainly very supportive of that. I'm a fan of those types of upgrades. I think the long-term savings are certainly worth the initial capital outlays, and I think that can be demonstrated actually. So that's all good news. This is probably the first budget cycle we're coming into where there's more than just a little bit of good news. Things are certainly going in the right direction. I think as evidenced by, again, the things that are happening at the convention center and other departments as well. So good job. Thank you for this presentation and keeping us updated. Thank you for also the other updates that you make sure that we're apprised of. I think that, just the relationship with SMG and the convention center operation and the council has benefited greatly over the last year. And in no small way is that by the effort of several people up here and including yourself. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Brand.
I handed out to everybody, this is a budget sheet and a summary over the past probably 14 years of the net general fund subsidy. And I do this, if you look at in your booklet on page B6061, we've been looking at these for like how many years? These are more reality, and every month SMG puts out a very detailed, comprehensive report that includes these financial documents. So when you see these in a line item format, these are more illustrative of what we're really doing over there, how things are going in terms of revenue, concessions, cost, etc. And the Finance and Audit Committee took a close look at these last summer. And in the second page, I'd like to see maybe in the future we could have a supplemental handout so we have a kind of a real-world picture of what we're doing. And the one on the second one, the spreadsheet, and it shows over time, for example, you'll see the city at one time gave CVB up to $1.2 million for their effort. And once we quit funding in FY 2011, I think the last was $600,000, they eventually formed their T-bid. And a lot of the hotel people are Northeast, Northwest Fresno, and Clovis. So there was, I thought, a disconnect and a separation. And I think what Mr. Overfeld and our city manager are proposing is a good idea to re-engage. And I know Layla is involved in this. So, but this shows you, including the debt service, there's a bottom line net general fund subsidy that is not enterprise. The general fund is paying somewhere around $7-8 million per year. A lot of that is debt service that we really can't do anything about right now. But about $1 to $2 million is something we can do, and I think we already have started already in that. I think, as Mr. Overfeld said, we're probably headed towards $1 million in the next 12 months. I believe in the next 2 or 3 years it'll be up to $2 million on what we're doing right now. So this illustrates, where the money's going. And when the Finance and Audit Committee did this last year, I thought, in my mind, we were on our last legs if nobody was paying attention. And it wasn't SMG's fault, but it was really the city's fault. The city dropped the ball. And hopefully the end result of these changes was calling attention to $8 million in deferred maintenance at the convention center, a changing market on conventions. And what can we do? Because we're stuck with it. I mean, I even talked to one time about mothballing it, but you've got loans that go for another 20 years. We've got to make the best of it. And I believe after getting engaged with all the people that there is a tremendous amount of potential in this convention center. And it's got to be a key component. We talk about the Fulton Mall opening up, the baseball team, and the entire revitalization of downtown. This is one of the crown jewels we have to work on. And I think we can learn that it's a different business now. The co-promotion thing we're doing right now, this has been discussed for 3 or 4 years. Now it's being implemented, and we're looking at, up to $500,000 that didn't exist before. And I think if this thing goes on, I think this will exceed $1 million. And so there were an original set of savings that came out from about $300,000, $400,000, and some of those have been achieved already. The other big one, as you mentioned it earlier, was the PG&E. PG&E was a huge, the single biggest expense at the convention center. And you had a building that's 50 years old, LED lighting and so on, it makes a huge difference. So this is an investment that may take a year or a couple years to pay off. And I think with the cooperation of SMG, we'll find a way to not cost the entire general fund this money to do this. But once it's done, and the sooner it's done, it'll probably save the city up to $500,000 a year additionally in energy costs. So within a couple of years, it's paid off. And any investment that you're paying back in 2 years and not 20 years or 10 years, and any decision-making model is a very sound decision. And the other things we talked about, too, are electronic signs and naming rights. Well, naming rights aren't going to do any good if you got half the people showing up that you had 10 years ago. Now that numbers are starting to come to the turnstile, events are being promoted, boxing matches, things that are putting more awareness. We're looking at a different model, bringing groups we didn't bring before. Those numbers will improve to the point, I do believe, in the near future, next 2 or 3 years, we will find naming rights opportunities that will add to that savings, reducing that general subsidy. And we have to initially put most of these savings towards the capital improvements of a 50-year-old building that I've on this committee, and so as a city, we've seen a list prioritized. We take it from the top, from air handlers that can't work. If we could actually separate these like any normal building, and when you run the convention center, you're not also cooling the Soroyan Theater at the same time. There are huge savings to be had out there. And these are things that are down the road in capital improvements. But I think we're on the right track on this deal. There's more stuff to do. There's other stuff out there that's we've been discussing that may or may not come to fruition, that may make a big difference downtown. But these are the right way to go. And I want to thank SMG and Layla for working with us in a somewhat painful process last year to get where we're going right now. I want to make a motion and to move $50,000 from the co-promotion and $50,000 from the Convention Center Reserve to be applied towards the CVB funding. Did I do that correct? And it's mainly an internal. Yeah, it's an internal transfer. It's not taking money from a different department.
Right.
So if I got that motion right, City Attorney?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so it would be transfer 50 from the reserve.
So you're not adding anything to the budget, just
We're
reallocating
just
within the
shifting
budget.
money. And I believe this will have a big payoff with the CVB. Okay, thank you. Okay. I say the man whose district it is his second. Oliver Baines. Okay. Anyway, I think we've turned a corner, and this is a huge. You don't realize how big this is. This was 50 years ago. We did this with great expectations, and at one time, we were one of the better, drawing convention centers, and you never give up. You just rethink, use technology, get smarter, and you turn things around. Thank you.
Councilman Zhang.
Thank you, Council President. Bruce, just want to follow up on the maintenance question that was asked. How far behind are we in terms of our infrastructure maintenance with all of our buildings for the Convention Center, Business Bureau, and some of the other buildings that we have as part of this contract?
Was the question, how far behind are we on the maintenance?
Right.
Deferred maintenance, we're probably 40 years behind.
40 years?
In reality, it's kind of like everything else. Bill has provided a list of things that we hope to achieve in the next 5 years. A lot of it isn't, I mean, they're not real sexy, but they are needed. Eventually, we will have to come back to dealing with, and I'll give you a good example. The carpet in the new exhibit hall, and we're going to have to change the name because it's far from new. But it is worn out on the first floor. It is sun bleached. There's a capital cost associated with replacing that carpet. I think that building's 14, 15 years old. Yes. So like in your home, carpet wears out, you got to replace it. So that is an example of some of the things that is in this 5-year plan, 5-year capital plan. So some of the funds that we have allocated this year are going to be dealing with some of those basic needs, as well as, hopefully in a lot of cases, provide some savings at the same time. So, you have light fixtures or controls that are just at the end of their life. Practically, their life was probably ended 10 or 15 years ago that need to be replaced anyway. But because of advancements in technology, it's a win-win, because not only are you replacing a unit or units that need to be replaced, but there are far more efficient technologies out there that lend itself to an improved bottom line.
So with all the efficiencies gained a little bit here, and also some of the net revenues that are coming back, what is our hard capital that we're putting into trying to address some of these 40 years and maybe bring it back up to at least manageable 15 years or something?
Well, excuse me. One thing in this fiscal year that we're currently in that I have spent a lot of money on is the maintenance of especially the older facilities. I still have 1964 pumps over there. But basically, we are rehabbing those through my operational budget and, of course, maintaining them to get more life out of them. A lot of that stuff was, frankly, bulletproof. Parts are expensive to come by, but once you rehab it and bring it back up to spec, it'll probably run for another 10 or 15 years. So that's how we're addressing those through the operational budget as much as possible. That's one line item, frankly, that, for lack of a better saying, that ate my lunch this year, as much money as I've had to spend to keep all those kinds of things operational. Round numbers, probably around $300,000 of operational money this year I've spent on air handlers and pumps and all those type of things that we're not going to have to replace. They are part of the energy savings plan because we're going to add a new piece of technology that hooks to them that will have them operate more efficiently from a electro consumption standpoint. That's how we're proceeding along with these things.
As time goes on, Councilmember, as these efficiencies begin to occur and we start reducing our costs of these heating and cooling these buildings and operating these buildings in various areas, those savings need to be reinvested into that 5-year capital plan to start addressing some of those other issues. Because as we have painfully learned around here, we don't put money aside for things as they get older. And so what we're doing with this budget is recognizing that and beginning the process, not just with the convention center, but other, even police cars, that we recognize that there are things that are going to need to be replaced over time, and there's money that needs to be set aside so that when those things need to be replaced, it isn't an emergency purchase order or emergency situation. They're actually being replaced based on life cycle or based on periodic replacement cycles rather than these knee-jerks. So we're looking forward to taking that savings, but not necessarily looking to reduce the subsidy on the long term, although there may be some opportunity to do that, but rather take those savings and reinvest it into those buildings to address that 40-year lack of or 40 years of what is essentially deferred maintenance.
Right, and that's what I want to make sure that I understood, that we are, taking those potential the savings. Now, in terms of those savings, are we putting 100% of those savings back into kind of our maintenance plan, or what are we looking at? About traditionally, are we putting about 25-30%? Is that what the market should expect us to reinvest back into some of our capital, since we're so far behind?
Well, we're going to invest as much as we can. So if we're generating $300,000 or $400,000 in savings, once we pay back that original investment, then that $400,000, for example, in operational savings would then be reinvested back into the facilities to address that 5-year capital plan. So it could be anywhere from $400,000 to $600,000 on an ongoing basis being funded or being used to fund the maintenance of the facilities.
Councilperson, it's going to take a while, because the current list that's included in the budget, I believe, is in excess of $8 million.
Right.
So it will take a period of years to catch up, no question, even with the savings that we're talking about generating.
Well, as long as we're making a dent in the commitment to make those investments, as you said, we haven't had that type of proactive commitment in the past, and so as long as that's we're understanding that the $8 million is a real number and the cost is real, and that what we're putting into there is to reduce that, and actually, hopefully, that investment then allows our partners to do what they're supposed to do and bring acts and bring shows to the top one of the top places, location to have their activities here. So I think it's a return on our investment, and not only in the short term but also in the long term. Kudos to again. To Member Baines, it says Member Brand for taking the leadership role in this. I know it's thousands of hours, not just hundreds, in going through this whole process. But thank you very much for you and the staff to allow us to go through that process and turning hopefully the corner that we needed to with SMG. So appreciate it. That's it.
Councilman Quintero. Okay. Lee, we're going to come to you again in just a second. I was going to just ask Bill a couple questions, and you might be able to answer a couple of them. Then I have one for Jane. The $100,000 that Councilman Brand has made a motion on, that is for a position for just specifically for the convention center.
Yes, sir. It's $100,000, frankly, to cover a salary, benefits, and travel cost, we think. That will be, that person will reside in the Bureau's offices, but will have, frankly, a single-minded, I'd like to say single-minded sales focus on the Fresno convention and entertainment facilities. And the job description is built that way. The MOU that ultimately I imagine would have to come back to you as a city council will read that way.
All right. I've gone to a couple of events over at the convention center recently. One was that a boxing event, the Fight for Water.
Yes, sir.
Could you kind of give me a recap? What was our attendance there, and then what was the general taxable revenue or the revenue that comes to the city through just that event, so I could kind of get this in perspective?
Just that event is an example, which frankly I expected more turnout on that event, as so did the promoter. We ended up with probably about 3,500 people in the building.
Okay.
The building netted over $25,000, our share of that co-promotion fund. We believe that that's going to begin a relationship with Top Rank, who we did the co-promotion with, and going to lead to more fights. I'm currently holding dates in October right now for additional fights for them. We were, I'm sure you've read on TV or seen on the TV, we were hoping for an HBO fight in August 2nd. I did have that date. Come to find out, a Vegas hotelier, that it was a change in ownership, and I think they needed a big bang in that ownership. I think put about $400,000 on the table to get that fight. Obviously, we can't compete with that. That's what happened with that. But I think with this young man Ramirez being here from the Valley, I think I'm pretty comfortable we're going to see him back in Selland Arena as his career develops.
Okay. So our share of that revenue sharing agreement was about $25,000.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? Cool.
Yes.
Well, that was a great event, by the way, and I thought the convention center looked great, and the way it was laid out was fantastic. And so I'll be at your next fight. And then I also went to a FFA convention here several months ago. Can you kind of recap what that was like for us financially?
FFA, that is our largest convention, produces approximately 5,500 hotel rooms a night, I believe. 5693 for their total stay.
5693 what?
5,693 hotel room nights for the hotels all over the city. They stay everywhere. The economic impact for that kind of show is multi-million dollars. They do quite a bit of food and beverage. We net is a building. Frankly, off the top of my head, I would say $65,000 to $75,000 to our coffers. And of course, the city realizes all the TOT tax from the hotel room nights that are generated as well. It's cash flow wise, well in excess of $100,000 on that event.
Okay. And how many FFA members packed the convention center for that event?
Over 5,000.
Over 5,000?
Over 5,000. The whole they use all the facilities. They're here for almost a week, and over 5,000. Yes, sir.
Okay. So there's 5,000 of them there, and there were 3,500 at the boxing match. So the big difference is they come and they stay in hotels. It's a multi-day experience.
Exactly.
Right,
that
cool.
is the type of an event specifically, specifically that we are hoping to attract with this new salesperson and dedicated salesperson that Layla is going to get.
And all of this leads me to ask then, so specifically about that salesperson, will that position be honed for specifically conventions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we've already got people that can go out and help us attract some more concerts.
Yes.
But we want to attract, concerts or fights or single event items, but we really need somebody who's going to focus on conventions, multi-day, right.
Yes, exactly, and thank you for bringing that point up. My sales staff, since day one, we have a booking policy that was approved by the City Council 10 years ago, and this is the general model throughout the country, is the sales staff of the convention center that works for me are the ones that attract to the concerts and the boxing matches and banquets and weddings or any other event like that. Short-term business, basically. Generally, we call it inside 14 months. 14 months inside, those contracts are negotiated and done. The long-term sales effort is historically, the model is over 100 years old. That lies with the Visitors Bureau. They sell 14 months and out. This person, once we get them on board, they will be going after events that will actually see and come to our city 2 to 5 years out in the future. But that's how the breakout of the sales effort goes.
And then if this passes, and I have every hope that it will, I'll be supportive of it. This position passes, about how long until you'll be able to get together with Layla and find a hire for this position?
Excellent question. As soon as the board's attorney gets with Mr. Sloan and develops this MOU, and I guess we bring it back to you for your approval and blessing, she can immediately then start a search. I would assume potentially a nationwide search for this person, because we are looking for someone with obviously with experience, high quality, understands production, et cetera, et cetera. I guess it's possible, Layla, that you could actually, if and when you all approve that allocation, she could begin the process, the search process, while the attorneys are working on the MOU. That's possible. So we could start that immediately.
And with that, Bill, I'd like to ask Layla a question, if I could. Layla, if you could come on up, please, real quick. Layla, so on this position, that hiring somebody, you're in agreement that hiring somebody specifically for conventions is probably going to be most helpful to our cause. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. And as Bill said, it's someone that's going to have that background. They will focus on the FC and EC facilities, and primarily those conventions are room night generating conventions, as he said. So someone that not only helps the downtown hotels, it's citywide because of the way our city's set up in the hotels. So that's what their sole focus is. So that money will go for them to go to trade shows that are specific for those types of conventions. So.
Right, and I realized that was citywide. On the FFA convention from District 2, I stopped at 2 different Starbucks that were both slammed with FFA kids, and 2 of them were in the north of Fresno. So I know that when we draw these conventions, the whole city gets benefited. Finding a person like that, what's the availability of people that can specialize in conventions? I imagine this is like a nationwide search, or is it or do we have local people that?
No, this will be a nationwide search.
Okay.
Someone that will want to relocate here, and I don't know. We'll see who's out there, but just from hiring locally, we really don't have a whole lot of people locally that I know that have that kind of background.
Okay. All right. Well, please, it sounds from the comments that from council that I've heard already today that everybody's very accepting of this idea. So let's just keep our fingers crossed and let's expedite that, because that sounds fantastic. Yeah. And thanks to Al Smith for his comments on that as well. So also a couple other thank yous. Bill, I do want to thank you for earlier in the year we had some tough conversations the end of last year and early January about the convention center, but thank you for pressing forward. Thanks to Councilman Brand on the Finance and Audit Committee, because it seems to me that we've finally got the convention center really positioned in a great shape. And also want to thank you for sending those emails that keep me updated on the things that are going on. Now I feel like, oh, wow, there's always something going on at the convention center. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have one more question. That's for Jane. Jane, we're going to use some general budget funding for lighting at the convention center. Is that correct?
Or lighting at the convention center.
What's that?
For lighting?
Or air conditioning, or
it's for energy efficiency improvements.
Energy efficient savings. Okay.
Yes, we are.
So this budget, when I'm reading the convention center budget, it says 0 general fund impact. So where are those general fund dollars coming from?
The transfers are where they come from, and if you look down there on page B61, you'll see the transfers there for the enterprises. You'll see, and there are multiple transfers within this department, because this department pays not only the convention center debt service but also the stadium debt service. So it's a part of that $10 million number. That number that's coming in on page B61, you can see it there.
Okay, yeah, I do see it.
Yeah.
So it's inside of that number is where we are getting general fund dollars that actually end up applying to the convention.
Correct. That is
all
correct.
Right. I just want to clarify that because I heard that in the presentation, but under general fund support, it's got a 0 here, so that makes sense now.
Right.
All right. Thank you. That's it for me. Councilman Brand, you're back up. Councilman Quintero?
I just got a few quick comments. Bill, one of the things that you and I were talking about just prior to the start of the meeting, and also with Mr. Smith, was about naming rights, and you said you've been working on that and work on that a little bit more. One of the improvements that we were talking about that was mentioned earlier by one of the council members was, and you had mentioned the need for new carpeting in the lobbies and that type of thing. Do other convention centers maybe even work on that as far as renaming a lobby if somebody is willing to put in the carpeting and maintain it for a certain amount of time and taking care of it?
Excuse me. Not that I'm aware of. Generally, in what we are investigating now, and I want to make the point and go back to something that Mr. Councilmember Brand has said. The more successful we are is bringing more activity in the building. The more successful we're going to be is finding that naming rights partner and more advertising for that.
That's the overall building, though.
It's really all about what they're looking for is exposure to their particular brand or name when they compensate us for advertising and or naming rights. And yes, we are making some contacts. I was actually approached by a large advertiser during the fight. That they wanted to, for me to get in touch with them, my advertising people to get in touch with them to talk about. They love the idea of being able to advertise on the outside of the facility like they did, that big pistachio sign. There seems to be, and this firm apparently is tied to all the major farmers in our area. It only makes sense, and yes, those calls and those conversations are taking place. But the advertising and naming rights issue will take time, and it will take an increased activity. And of course, it will also take more improvements in the facilities. Like I currently, the city manager and I decided about 8 months ago to shut down my marquee because I needed $25,000 to $26,000 just to rehab it. Wow. And it's 25 years old. That doesn't help me or us, sell advertising or naming rights. We have to fix those kinds of things. Yes, the carpet needs to be replaced. The buildings need to be in very good shape to attract that type of organization that's willing to put money and pay us, couple $100,000 a year, I would hope. And what I'm looking for, what I'm really going for there is, instead of renaming the facilities, I want to approach it from renaming the entire complex. I think that'll be more easier and probably more palatable for you as politicians. So that's one thing that we're working on. But I just recently had to spend $6,000 on cleaning the carpet in the convention center because it was my salespeople were beating up on me because how bad it looked. I had no choice. Was that wasted money? Honestly, it was. It cleaned it up. It looks much better than it did, but in some places it actually made it worse, where it really brought out, you saw how faded it was and how much it needs to be replaced. But I really had no choice. But those are examples of improvements that we're going to have to make the facilities more attractive from an advertising and naming rights standpoint.
Okay. Yeah. And city manager, on the M Street side of the convention center, we've got a nice canopy of trees across street where the hotel is and all that. And if you go over there in the evenings, it's and you have an event at night, it's pretty energetic. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on there traffic wise and all that. And I was wondering if there was some way that you might be able to work with the convention center folks, just in terms of making that even more inviting at night. Like lights in the trees and stuff like that, to really make it, really just like a real high energy type of an event, whatever it may be. That just that little quarter right there. I think they did that on Kern Street for a while when they did that deal, but they put lights in the trees and I mean it just seemed really alive with that. And Dell's done a great job with the parking on M Street there, but I was thinking that might also be helpful. And then, Jane, are we losing any revenues in terms of the convention center with the Cosmopolitan moving in there?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Brand.
just wanted to answer Member Zhang's question. Over the last, since 2010, the net general fund subsidies ranged from about $7 million to $11 million per year. Most of that is debt service that we really can't take care of. But I believe over the next 5 years, the changes we've talked about and the additions will, first go towards improving the facility and eventually become an income stream. A year ago, we had this titanic battle over Major G that was going to generate about $2.5 million per year in ongoing revenue. I believe within 5 years, this will generate up to $2 million that will eventually become and be released to the general fund, or at least in part, that will pay for police and fire and so on, all these things that we've been talking about. This will be an ongoing revenue stream. But the initial savings have got to be reinvested into the center. And we're talking direct savings because remember Brandel talked about the cost effectiveness of this position at CVB. So not only is that direct effect of bringing more conventions and raising money, and there's this discussion now, we've been having discussions on some other items, is we just don't take somebody in as a loss leader. It's got to be cost effective.
Yes.
Whether we bring in one act or an ongoing convention, if we spend $1 million to make $500,000, it doesn't do any good. So the business model has changed dramatically. And in the past, we could afford to subsidize. It's community service. We don't have that luxury anymore. But you add the success at bringing more conventions, there's an induced effect on TOT taxes for people that come in and pay those taxes, sales taxes, and so on. So there's a ripple effect across the economy. So I think over time, this will be a major investment for the city of Fresno that will pay off. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Bill, the screen's clear, so I think we're done with the presentation for today.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to close, folks, that I have to publicly thank my staff, who is now numbers 17 full-time staff, in excess of 300 part-time, of the job that they have been doing. Yes, we have substantially, at your impetus, changed this business model. And my staff is just performing outstanding, being able to carry this load. Thank you.
All right, and our next budget presentation is from General City Purpose Fund.
All right, General City Purpose Department is kind of a department that holds all of the items in the budget that do not have a direct departmental connection. Within this department resides the retirement office and their operations, the employees, the city employees that work for the retirement office. Also within this department is the expenses connected to the Fresno Revitalization Corporation as the RDA winds down. That becomes a smaller and smaller part of this department. And then the remaining parts of it are really the debt service and the other expenses that are of a citywide nature that are not directly connected to a specific department. Over the last couple of years, I have attempted to centralize much of the debt service into the General City Purpose Department out of the Finance Department so that policymakers can better see the actual operations of the Finance Department and how much it actually costs to run that operation. In this particular year, once again, all of the general fund revenues that are not specific to a department, all of the sales tax, property tax, all of the general taxes are now brought into this particular department. It doesn't mean anything. It's simply a holding place for these revenues to come. They have to have an organizational number in order to be deposited into the financial system, and this is where they are placed. The POB debt service is now a part of this department as well. You can see the rather significant increase in the non-personnel services on page B89. That is the POB. That has been moved out of the Finance Department and into this department. It doesn't mean anything as far as supervision or oversight. In fact, it allows me, as the budget manager, to maintain a stronger level of supervisory control over these monies to make sure that they are expended as necessary. There really isn't a great deal other than that in there. The RDA debt repayment has also been placed in here. You can see that's why the revenues are up slightly. That is the cause of that. This is more or less an administrative department. It doesn't really have a function other than to hold revenues and expenditures that are for citywide purposes. And I believe that Stan McDivitt is here if you have any questions concerning the retirement office operations. And other than that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have about this department.
Right. Thank you, Jane. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this general city purpose department? Please step up.
You know, I'm tired of coming up here because you guys don't even do your homework. This is stupid. Now, this lady here, which I have no complaints against her, she's a beautiful person. But she's only doing her job. Probably everybody up there is probably eating a couple noodles. But my problem is, why are we supporting enterprises? This is not our money. None of these departments she's bringing up here belongs to the city of Fresno. Why are we supporting them? That's the only question that the judge is going to ask you. Why are you guys supporting these things that the people of the city of Fresno elected you to do their job to work for the city of Fresno, not to do the work for public enterprises? Now, all these papers I'm reading, all this writing, the city and county got these big profit sharing agreements with Swearingen. She knows about it. You guys knows about it. The last one, 2011. Some of you might not. You wouldn't understand it if you tried. That's why I give Mr. Baines a lot of praise for his research, because he do that excellent. And I know you do. Some people just don't know what's going on. They agree to anything. You don't. You ask questions. But the county of Fresno has got all these people confused with that profit sharing agreement. Now, that Charter 809 in the county of Fresno, with all this money going for agriculture, is not being presented to them. A lot of our budget issues can't be resolved till we come to some conclusion to bring this up to the union so the union would know what's going on in here. They don't know what's going on in here. You guys don't even know what's going on in here, some of you. But when you work for somebody else, and I got these papers, these are your papers, and I'd love to read because I have my master's in government, California School Board Association. I got my associate of science degree in human service. I've got my alcohol certificate in completion in alcoholism. I've been here a long time working for the city of Fresno, free of charge, and still here. And you guys still haven't learned. This don't make sense to me. We have to do research. A piece of paper, you can say anything. But when you get down and do research on it, like you guys just did, when this gentleman, you kept him up here a long time because you started Mr. Brand asking questions, not just agreeing with like Mr. Baines did, because he's confused totally on what's going on. And I know you're not. That's why they put you over there with that convention center, because you would dig out the facts, and you did. And then that made Mr. Banyu up here come on out with his knowledge, wanting to know his questions, so y'all did good on that one. But you got to do this on all of them. You work for the city of Fresno. That's where your check come from. That's who voted you in. Swearingen didn't vote you in. We should have kept that form of government with the city, with the no one person can control this. Council form of government with the mayor would have been better, because how you going to let somebody like England? That's how come they got through with England, because making one decision over everybody. Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public like to comment on this budget item? All right, Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Could someone address the miscellaneous revenue with a 176% increase?
Yeah, that is primarily due to recycling revenues. They had previously been combined with another line item, and they were broken out this year so that I can track them a little bit closer. And so they basically changed categories. They went from fines down into miscellaneous revenue.
From where to where? I'm sorry.
They went from one category to another.
Which was a previous category?
The previous category was fines. It's gone up because we've increased the vehicle code fines. Okay, what happened was there was one type of revenue that changed from fines down into miscellaneous revenue, and so that would have caused a decrease in fines and an increase in miscellaneous revenues. But fines as a class increased because there was another line item within that category that went up. Is that confusing enough?
Totally.
Mm-hmm. Now that I've done my job.
Okay. White flag's up.
Well, actually, Jane, let me follow up on that and see because that really, Councilman Caprioli's line of questioning made me ask a question. So that's recycling revenues.
Right.
Makes the big pop right there.
Right. It previously was a part of a different category. If you look on page B89, it previously was part of a different category, and then it was getting to a point where it was large enough to be broken out into its own account. But the account that I chose to break it out is in another major category here that is miscellaneous revenue. So if nothing else had happened, you would have seen a decrease in fines and an increase in recycling revenues down in miscellaneous, okay, if nothing else had happened. Okay? But as you can see, fines went up, and that's because there is another account. These categories are made up of a multitude of accounts. There's sub-accounts within this category. So it's not just one account. There are multiple. There are literally dozens upon dozens of accounts. And in fact, I can probably get you a listing of them. And what happened is that there was another account within that fine category that went up. Okay? And that was the vehicle code fines. I'm anticipating that those will actually grow next year as opposed to coming in as they did this year. They're going to probably go up, I'm hoping, at least another $200,000 next year. Okay? So that offset the decrease in the fine category that you would have seen otherwise. Is that any better?
Yep. That's
okay.
A little better. We'll get it eventually. Then on the staffing for this department, so so we have 11 people that are staffed through this department, and what do those staff members in general do?
That's the retirement office.
The retirement office.
Yeah, that's a retirement office, and there's one employee in there for the Fresno Revitalization Corporation.
Okay.
The one residual employee that is there that is still a city employee. The rest of those are the retirement office.
All retirement. You know what? I should have seen that. It lists it right there. So, all right, thank you. Councilman Brand.
Thank you. First, I want to acknowledge Stan McDivitt in the back for doing a great job on our retirement system. One of the only or few fully funded systems in the state of California, probably the United States. So, thank you. This changed a bit, Jane, the methodology on this general city services over the last few years?
Well, it did because over the last couple of years we've been moving the debt service. Previously, the debt service for like the general fund debt service, the ones that they have the obligations for, were previously housed in the finance department, along with the POB and some other things. And what that did was it obscured what it actually cost to run the finance department.
Right.
It actually made it virtually impossible for the council or for the public to tell what exactly it takes to run the finance department. And those are general city obligations. They're not obligations of a specific department. And so they were moved into this department because this is more or less an administrative department, and it also enables me to keep a closer eye on them.
So like a pension obligation bond, those are allocated accordingly, general fund?
Yeah, they're allocated through a direct charge through the departmental budgets.
Okay.
That's just the debt service payment.
Right.
That you see there.
It said as part of the FY 2015 budget that we'll have a $740,000 remaining at the end of the fiscal year
Yes.
And that will go to the emergency reserve?
Yeah, that's actually, and that's pointed out. You can see that in the general fund overview. You can see that, I believe that's on page A33, if I remember properly. And you can see that down there at the bottom, there is a residual at the end of the year. Let me see. Yes, it is page A33. You can see that there is a residual down there of $740,000, and that's where the transfer from the general fund into the reserve is housed, is in this department.
That's a one-time event?
It is for the $740,000. Yes, that is a one-time event. But in the 5-year plan, there are plans to transfer any residual that we have within the general fund down into the reserve from here until 2019.
Yeah,
and you can see that in the 5-year.
Yeah, on page B89, where you're showing the city general-wide general fund support, I see that now going into negative or subsidies on, actually excesses on FY14 and 15.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, that's actually because all the revenue that virtually all the revenue that the general fund receives, it comes into this department. All the sales tax, all the property tax. That's why this department per se does not require any general fund support. This department has all the general fund support.
But historically, it has relied on it.
Well, like any other general funded department, yeah. Before we had moved all of the revenues in and everything else, yeah. For what little bit there was in here, it was supported primarily from the general fund, with the exception of the retirement office, which is obviously supports itself.
So the $740,000 that's going to the reserve, was that part of the mayor's budget?
Yes.
I guess. Okay, that's part of that. In addition to the funding from the RDA.
Yes.
Repayment. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
The debt repayment.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's part of it.
All right, Jane, the screen is clear, so I think that's all the confusing questions we have for you, but we appreciate the help. All right, we are now on to the Parks Department, and I think, Bruce, you're going to help us with this one, right?
I'm going to just briefly go over the main service impacts for the Parks Department, and then we'll give it over to the distinguished department director. You can find the Parks Department on page B101 of your budget. The impacts are on page 103. The revenues for this department overall are going down by a substantial amount, about $8.2 million. Primarily that's due to capital. There were several large capital projects, again, much like the airports, that were undertaken in FY14, and the revenue was received in this year, and so the revenue, therefore, is not contained in FY15. Their operating revenues are actually up approximately 16%, so they are anticipating some additional gate fees and some additional league fees, etc. The expenditures, this department is actually undergoing kind of a transformation this year. Previously, the department had relied greatly on temporary help, temporary wages, labor, for much of their after-school programs and for quite a bit of their maintenance. This is basically put us into a difficulty for two reasons, one of which is the ADA, which is coming online here very soon, which puts constraints on how long we can actually have temporary labor before we have to actually provide health benefits for them, and also because of our charter provision that prohibits people from working in excess of 2,080 hours over a 2-year period. And so this department went through an evaluation process with the Personnel Services Department and decided to, in essence, convert some of their temporary labor into permanent positions. It was determined that quite a bit of their tasks that they had to do were not of a temporary nature. They were of a permanent nature, and so that required a permanent position in order to make that right and to actually cut down on the amount of turnover they had when they would lose temporary employees after training them because of the 2080 rule. And so in this department, we have personnel charges that are going up. The capital charges are going down because, as I said, those capital projects are being completed or have actually been started. The operational activities, however, are increasing some. They have increases to cover anticipated water and PG&E rate increases. They also have some increases for materials and supplies for the after-school programs. These are primarily supported by contracts with Fresno Unified and other school districts. We also have additional monies for Woodward Park shelters and pools and for the Musqueda air conditioning enclosure. We also have additional monies budgeted for other capital improvements, and we also are able to budget some monies for some emergency projects which inevitably come up during the year. There is new equipment that is funded by the citywide replacement reserve. The additional equipment funding is actually not in this budget. It's actually in the general city purpose budget. That is for supervision and control purposes, but it will be used by the Parks Department for replacement of vehicles and replacement of some equipment that's 20 plus years old. We also have some additional monies for resurfacing of the outside courts at Romaine, and also for some maintenance plan, the planned maintenance, relocation from Roding Park due to the Chaffee Zoo expansion. There's $50,000 for that. This is the first department, actually, that you will also see that has been affected by the reorganization of the CDBG program. Because of the HUD review that we had of the CDBG program, they brought up several items that they wish to see addressed as far as our ability to oversee that program. And so the appropriations for all city-run projects that use CDBG monies are now located in DARM, in the Department of Resource Management, because that is the department, number one, that uses most of the CDBG, and number two, that is where the CDBG administrator is housed. And so all of the CDBG funding that the city uses is now located within a single department. It has a single point of contact. There is one individual who will be in charge of approving all of the financial expenditure from it and also the personnel expenditure. That being said, the operational control of that money as far as which park it's spent and who goes where and whatnot will still reside with the individual departments, in this case, parks. And so you have over the next few pages on B103 and B104, you have a breakout of exactly what funding is going where. We have the Senior Hot Meals program, which is now under DARM. The funding has not been reduced, however, it is being maintained, along with some additional capital expenditures that are being serviced through CDBG, and also some additional monies for, I believe, for after-school activities is also under this particular program. Now, just to clarify, the operational control of the money for Senior Hot Meals, for the after-school programs, will still reside with Parks. It is the financial control that will reside within DARM. And this is a direct result of the HUD review that we had and some of the recommendations that HUD had that we decided to implement. And so moving on briefly to staffing, there are some significant staffing changes that, as I've alluded to earlier. Obviously, the Parks Director position is now funded. That had been defunded in the prior 2 years. The staffing impacts start on page B107 if you want to follow along. The new permanent positions, again, as I mentioned, 10 of the 14 new positions that are being proposed are basically to replace temporary positions that had previously been in place for some number of years. There is a community recreation assistant that is being added. which is a replacement of temporary staff, also a concrete finisher to address constant needs at the recreation centers and community centers around the city. There's also 6 laborer positions. Again, these used to be temporary positions, but it was found that the labor that they did is in fact not temporary, it's permanent. The tasks that they have to do encompass year-round work, and so these positions were added. The temporary positions were deleted, and so there is a corresponding, although not one-for-one, decrease with the level of temporary help. There are some new and additional positions, permanent positions that are being asked for that are not connected to the conversion of temporary. One is for a community recreation assistant. This will provide support to the recreation division. There's another one for a park supervisor position, which will increase the amount of oversight that's done with the park maintenance and with the maintenance to the community centers. There are also a couple of other parks maintenance lead worker position and a community recreation assistant. They will also be converting several positions that will be, and this was a direct recommendation of Personnel Services Department. There is about $78,000. $68,000. That is the basic overall cost of these conversions. But that was done primarily on the basis of actually looking at their duties, what they do, and what class they should actually inhabit. I believe that there's also some reduction in the in the employee leave payoffs and in the workers' compensation costs as a result of the 3-year rolling averages that we use in order to fund those two activities. And so you will also be seeing a decrease in those. I believe that probably hits the highlights of this particular department as far as their service impacts. I will now have any questions. I'm sure the director, either director, would be happy to answer.
Not hearing any other questions. Thank you, Council.
Usually have so much to say. We were counting on more.
Well, as Ernie Valdez once said, the budget's been presented to you. You've had the opportunity to read it. Unless there are any questions, thank you very much and have a good morning.
Right on.
But real quick, I really do want to take this opportunity, though. First, I want to introduce to the full council our new Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Manuel Molinado. Manuel has an extensive background in Parks and Recreation. I also, and you saw this in my budget letter, I want to acknowledge the staff of the Parks Department. Probably proportionally speaking, of all the departments, these guys took the biggest hit over the last 4 years. And for those of you who have worked with the park staff, while they took significant hits from a budget standpoint, they're still doing what they love to do. They're committed to this community. You can see the passion that resonates with them. They're working Saturdays on special events. They're working late hours. They love what they do. And of all the departments who I've had the opportunity to work with, these folks have taken the last 4 years with courage, pride, dignity, and a commitment to this community, and they need to be acknowledged for everything they do every day. They have been absolutely phenomenal, and I will tell you, Manuel, I hope I didn't screw it up too bad for you, but these guys here are really the true heroes of the department, and I just want to personally thank them for everything they've done.
All right, thanks, Bruce. Council, let me go out to the public first. Are any members of the public like to talk about our parks program and their budget?
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I must say my name is Barbara Hunt, 2475 South Walnut, Fresno, California. Now, this wouldn't be happening when Randy Cooper came here because everybody was wondering why we sending the police up here to work the parks. But I see why. He was getting rid of all of them. My question is where all that money went that was going to the parks. And this didn't have anything to do with Bruce because all these parks was taken away And they was giving up. They tried to close Mary Brown up. They tried to sell it one while. All these parks went to kids, and people took it from the kids that didn't have no recreation, nowhere to go, hanging on the streets, probably selling drugs and every damn thing else because they didn't have no place to go. You took them all. And that's for 3 or 4 years. And what did you expect the children to do? They fail in school. It's all together. Those parks belong to the children because they all was paid for it through the taxpayers' money and through the developers' fees and stuff like that. Now you want to give them back. That's what Mayor Ashley's 4 years leadership does for us. Take everything away from the kids and no accountability of the money, and now we have a problem. But what I'm saying is, if we'd have stuck with this $70 million beyond previous city continued to face a shortfall, long as we stood with this here, giving our money up from the police and the fire department and everybody else, that bill I'm talking about that never was approved, tax and the profit sharing agreement that I was talking about, if they would have kept it like it was instead of the city of Fresno raising it up 500 times more than the taxes allowed and came with this agreement with the county of Fresno, we would have had money. But nobody says anything. All of our money was taken away. All these departments, all these jobs we had, we would have still had them if they would have had that profit sharing agreement up under our mayor leadership. It's not fair to the public. The union should have come in. They should bring that back up and let us see what happened to all that money from the parks, where it went. All the parks went down, no green space, nothing for the children to do. It don't make sense. But I admire Bruce. He the one stood together with all these issues, hold all these things down. And he's still here, piecing this mess together with mess y'all have made up running around here. And he shouldn't have had to do it because that's not his job. But he took over when Andy Souza left, and he came in running. And I admire him for that. And all this money that was for the kids and for the parks, I want to know when you guys going to open those parks back up, get those people out of them parks that got classrooms and using that C5103 so they can draw money from the government and the federal government for their projects, and they're not doing anything to help the children. The Wilderness Park, they took it, closed the front gate up. Kids don't have nowhere to go. You got to pay $5 to get in, but they using it for a school, bringing their resource in. That's against the law, public-private money. You guys are helping them, but what about the kids? You're not thinking about these kids. That was your kids. These are our kids. That's the future tomorrow. You was little. I guess y'all was little, like a little monkey with a tail on, with lipstick on. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Marina Magdaleno, 4644 West Jacqueline, 93722. My question is to you, because the other guy's not ready to answer it. So I'm really happy to see that you're adding a lot of positions. Are any of those do we have any people on the waiting list still to be called back? Or are you going to convert the temporaries that have been doing that work? What are you going to do?
I think in the case of your particular bargaining unit, we've worked out a way within the civil service to give them the opportunity to first apply. So we will give those individuals that opportunity, but it is a change in that we have began to recognize, and as a FYI, I've told all the other directors the same thing, that if you're going to keep an employee for 2 or 3 years, and we've had employees been around here for a lot longer than that, then we just need to accept the fact that they are permanent employees and be given the compensation of a permanent employee. So I can give you some information as how we're going to go about filling those positions, but there are certain civil service rules, as you know, that we have to adhere to.
Well, because we have a list that expires. In our new MOU, we used to have a 3-year list. In other words, if people were laid off, they were on the list for recall for up to 3 years. That list will expire in December of this year. And so I don't know if we have folks that could impact that. So there may be some older folks, because we had massive layoffs going back to 2009, I mean, almost every year. 9 was the biggest year for parks. And so they would be outside that timeline. but there were others, as each budgeting year went forward. So I'm just curious to see if any of those folks would be called back, or if automatically we're going to convert. Because I do agree with Bruce, is that if you've been doing the job for all this time, you should be automatically hired and not have to go through that whole, process, unless they don't meet the minimum requirements, such as if they're convicted felons or, some of those things that are outside the scope. So you'll let me know? Thank you very much.
Any other members of the public? Other members of the public like to comment on this item?
Hi, Council. Dee Barnes, 2607 Fresno Street. I'm glad that the budget is looking a lot better this year. I know that there's going to be some further discussions on what to do with the surplus, how soon to pay back some of the debt that we have. I just, as a 37-year resident of this city, I would like the council to really think about what's going to happen the next couple of years as we try to recover from this. It's been brought up numerous times before. I know Oliver Baines has been a real champion for the city to at least look at some kind of temporary restoration tax. I'm going to also be speaking when you guys start talking about fire and police, but I consider public safety and parks to be very essential services. You guys are probably aware where we scored out of 60 cities on green space and parks, and I believe we really need to look at that. We talk about all the problems in our city with gangs and other things. Parks is one of the reasons that we need to really, those are some ways to keep our community from having some of those problems. And we have allowed our Parks Department to just really be decimated. We have a lot of positions that we lost in Local 39 and FCEA, and we're depending so much on volunteer. We need to really look at some of our options on how to restore some essential services in our city. Thank you.
Any other members of the public like to comment on this presentation? All right. Councilman Quintero, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of my favorite departments, and really enjoy working with the staff, Bruce. They're very accessible, and they work very, very hard, I tell you, even special events. A couple of things, and this is related more to Mosqueda than anything, Mosqueda Center in our district, is that last year, after a long time absence, we were able to put together a one-day event for children. And the park staff was just outstanding, and it's like we never stopped having it. I mean, they knew exactly what to do, and I really commend them for that. We had over 5,000 families show up, children, parents, everything. It was just unbelievable. Even, I think they almost ran out of hot dogs. But I mean, everything was priced great. It was organized great, and we're looking forward to really increasing the numbers again off that one-day event. But I mean, they went above and beyond in terms of really putting it together. The other event that we've been having there for about 3 or 4 years now, and it's turned out pretty successful. We're getting children from other parts of the city show up. It's a one-day event, but a lot of preparation time goes into that. It's Fresno's version of American Idol, and it's Mosqueda Idol, and everybody seems to really enjoy that. We get the cafeteria gets filled up, and I mean, everybody. It's just a great event, and we're able to provide some good cash prizes for the winners. And in fact, this past Friday, I met this young man. He's won. He wants to come to the event. He's from Fresno, but he's won the Mexican version of the Kids American Idol. So he's here out of Fresno. But some of the things that I'd also like to see about at Mosqueda is that I did a walkthrough a little over a week ago through the center there, and I'm glad to see that the CDBG monies are going to help for senior exercise programs. That's one of the interests that I have that I'd like to meet with staff with, if that's all right.
That'd be great.
And that's based on conversations with some of the seniors that go to the center there. I did notice that we have our chairs, and a lot of the chairs and tables need to be replaced in the cafeteria. I remember in 1995, I think, was the last time we bought some, and because our office paid for part of that, the tables and chairs to get that going.
Are you making that offer again?
Partly. Yeah, I'll be happy to do that. And then also, I'd like to meet with staff regarding, maybe some additional programs for the Mosqueda that that are within budget that maybe they could spend a little bit more time there. And I noticed we have some senior equipment there that just hasn't been utilized. It's been there for quite a while. It's right next to it's like an exercise bicycle program that next to the swimming pool there. And then also, just some of the cosmetic stuff. One of the gate arms to the entrance is missing. It was like about a 10-footer. I don't know, somebody must have got it for recycling or something. But just replacement type of things for the center, and of course our big wish list for Mosqueda is a splash park. So that one we're not willing to put up any money because that's expensive. You said it was about $15,000 last time.
Yeah, remember, I came back and said, "Man, I was way off on that number."
I forgot that part.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I did.
But yeah, I just like I said, I just wanted to commend the staff for all that they do, and especially for us in Southeast. And then they've been working real closely with the Pillabos family and redoing some of Pillabos Park there. And so really appreciate the time that's put into that, because they're really wanting to step up the Pillabos family in terms of getting some of the improvements there. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilman Brand.
Where are we now, Bruce, on the impact development fees for parks? I know they've been picking up.
Yeah, based on our current projections, the impact fees are now coming in at a rate in which it will easily cover the debt service.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of years ago, we were concerned that if the downturn continued, the general fund would have to start overmatching or paying the debt service on the park bonds as well as the fire bonds. In both cases, in fire as in parks, there's been an uptick in development. That's the good news, and even the better news is there's enough coming in now to cover the debt service on both the fire and park bonds.
Well, that's encouraging. Is that really the first time in the last 5-6 years?
Probably since about 2008, yeah.
Yeah.
We
had these debates about maintenance and the general fund subsidizing that enterprise fund, so that's good news.
Right.
Does it look like it actually will increase?
Well, if development continues at its current pace, mm-hmm. it could, but I want to be awfully conservative with projecting whether or not those are going to come in above and beyond. And then, because like anything else, if you're able to make the debt service and you have a little cash left over, that's not a bad thing. Mm-hmm. Because if the economy cools or slows again, you want to be able to call on those dollars to make that debt service in the future, rather than going what we were worried about over the last 2 or 3 years, and that's the general fund now having to kick in and make that
what
debt.
about a reserve?
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about, is a cash reserve within that fund to cover that rainy day.
Okay. Now, we're gaining a net of 14 positions. Is that just simply converting temporary to permanent, or is that net new positions?
Jane, I think it's a combination.
There are 10. 10 of the 14 are conversions of temps.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so those people have been with us for 4 or 5 years or longer?
Yes.
Yeah, those are ongoing temporary positions, and they simply determined that the tasks that they were doing are not temporary; they are permanent.
Okay, so the addition would be the pension cost and the health care cost, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Because workers' comp had to be there either way,
Right,
correct?
and under the Affordable Care Act, if employees are working more than 29 hours,
They were required anyway, right?
and then so you take the code, the charter, the Affordable Care Act, and then basically the right thing to do by these people. If you're going to work somebody that many years full time, then you need just to accept the fact that that's a liability or that's a cost of doing business, and just recognize that cost and adjust accordingly.
No, I agree. I was walking in 2008. I ran into 3 or 4 people that were city employees on a temporary basis for an extended time, and I think after a while, yeah, you've got to make a decision. You got somebody who's committed a number of years to the city that we should bring in the fold. You know, I want to thank you, first of all, you and your staff. You've been carrying how many hats for how long?
Yeah.
Really, with scarce resources and a million things to divert your attention, you've done an exceptional job maintaining our parks, all the parks, from the big ones to the small ones. So I want to
Thank you.
publicly acknowledge that. And, you know, there was a recent article about park funding and how we sit relative to other cities, and I think we are one of the lowest in terms of park acres per 1,000 people. And I want to say that it's easy to say, well, we need to put money in, you know, police and fire and this. But I believe that from a business retention and a business attraction, the more I read is that the amenities that a community offers, parks and trails and schools and arts and music, are really important components to bringing, you know, future business here. That we just can't neglect those things. And I know we had tough choices to make in the past 5 years, but I think it's absolutely essential that we do whatever we can with the funding we have, not only for new parks, but maintaining existing parks and trails. And I would encourage the city to explore specific grants out there that do fund trails and make improvements. And a good example of kind of make what's the old saying, making a sow's ear into a sailor's purse, is in Bakersfield. They've got this canal that they converted into like a linear park. Mm-hmm. And I know we have Fancher Creek that will probably have that there's so many opportunities out there, and not just in North, but all over the city of Fresno. We can take some, you know, dilapidated, deteriorated areas and really put life into them. And I just, again, encourage you guys to look at, I know you guys do, but with staffing and shortages, it's hard to look at all the opportunities. But I know there's stuff out there. And it's just like the airport. It's absolutely essential that we have a first-class park system.
I agree with you more.
I know that the capital improvements, maintenance levels are slowly coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to thank also a lot of nonprofits that helped over the last
absolutely
5 years to maintain where we didn't have the staffing to do it. And this budget, too, maintains essentially the same level on senior hot meals?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, so that was a debate really over the last 3 or 4 years whether we kept it or not. We always did keep it. And there are a lot of people in this community that really depend on that to be there, so that's good. And of course, the SPCA is covered in this budget.
In this budget, yes.
And we're at $3.2 million. And correct me if I'm wrong, when I came here in 2009, that was about $2.2 million?
Yes.
Okay. So we still have this plan with the SPCA, and they're not going to throw us out, are they? If you keep Clint out of the picture, we'll probably be okay. But but I know we need to look at that and focus on that and find. You know, I've talked to you about some ideas and finding solutions to one, to improve the service so we don't euthanize thousands and thousands of cats and dogs, but also to find some savings to maybe to return back to that lower level, because $1 million there is $1 million towards parks and police and fire and public works and sidewalks and so on. And finally, on Woodward Park, which is my district, how are we doing? I saw the comments in the BMX park, and I know that I was there a couple of years ago. That draws a lot of people. So we're trying to find, you got a position identified to really keep on top of that, to make sure that that is kept up and it can be functional?
Well, the position I think you're referring to has been assigned specifically to the Shinsen Garden and our BMX track.
Right.
The garden itself requires a lot of maintenance. And so rather than have Public Works provide that support, we brought those two facilities back under the Parks Department. We also took the Southwest Regional Sports Complex and brought that back into the Parks Department as well. So those facilities, we're maintaining those facilities. The larger park maintenance is still being handled by Public Works.
And the overall, we've got so many comments from people. Most people understand that there was a budget shortfall, but I think they want to see things kind of come back to halfway normal. And the dog park has been hard times lately. Is there plans to?
There is a
address that?
nonprofit who we've developed plans, and they're out looking for sponsors to improve and expand the dog park at Woodward. So we're just waiting for them to come back to see if they've found anybody to help underwrite that expansion cost.
And I know some of the events they have there, because believe me, when they get loud, I hear from neighbors. How's that going as far as, revenue generation?
We're seeing about the same number of events that we've seen in the past. It is, to some extent, the parking revenue is primarily the biggest contributor towards that. It just helps, again, underwrite the cost of maintaining the park and the assets within the park. And so the Kiss Country concerts there's 8 or 9 of those, again, scheduled this year. There's a variety of other smaller events at the amphitheater. What we did started about a year ago, actually. The Group Activity Center, which is located right next to the Shinsen Garden, had gotten it in a state of disrepair. Light fixtures were broken. Essentially, the decision was to lock it up. There's a fence that goes all the way around it. So year before last, we spent about $25,000, $30,000. We actually put it in a defined entryway with a sidewalk that comes off the parking. We've improved the lighting. And the idea is that we would partner with Shinsen. So because we handed over to them the responsibility of hosting weddings. And within the first year, they almost doubled the number of weddings, and I think they've quadrupled the number of weddings they've had at Shinsen. And we've had some opportunities in which the Group Activity Center is used for receptions because there's a common gate. And so it was difficult for them to promote the Shinsen Garden when they had this eyesore sitting next to them. So we actually are beginning to see an uptick in weddings, wedding receptions, or baby showers at this Group Activity Center, because it is a nice venue now, and we're using that as well. So a total number of events, I think we're probably seeing an uptick at the Group Activity Center compared to the amphitheater.
Would a co-promotion concept work there?
At the amphitheater, we're pretty much doing a co-promotion. We're not getting a whole lot off of the we're not getting very little. If anything, there's no food and beverage. The sponsor, the promoter, is intentionally wanting to keep the ticket prices down. It's the $5 concert series. So what we net off of that is the parking revenue that comes from the events. We cover our direct costs for having staff there and things like that, but what we get out of the co-promotion is the actual parking revenue.
And the annual high school cross-country meet, is that still? That benefit to the city comes from the hotel tax. The Parks Department doesn't net anything from that particular event. Would you like to see that different?
When that contract expires, it'll be subject to new negotiations.
Good. Okay. And finally, this on the Asset Management Act that the council passed in March, that RFQ went out, correct?
I believe it's out on the street as we speak.
Okay. We talked about value-added opportunities, and the proximity of that park along 41, in my opinion, based on the report I saw from CBS Signs, would have a lot of opportunities. So as this unfolds over the next few, I like to see that, particularly along that and Granite Park, some of those city locations, that those revenues that we can generate, I know, and I think we can generate substantial revenues from these, that we actually use that money to start paying for some of these costs at the park. And that would free that money up for other general fund activities.
Right. And as we discussed last week, and we're going to kind of segue from parks, but the whole discussion around the sign ordinance, these electronic billboards, there is an opportunity for the city of Fresno to be one of the net beneficiaries, because you get a piece of the revenue or portion of the profits made by the sign being located on your property. The city of Fresno happens to own some sites that are in great proximity to freeways. Granite Park, talking about making lemonade out of lemons, is one site. The Municipal Service Center, both sides of Woodward Park, both the 41 corridor as well as the Friant corridor, are great opportunities. So, one of the benefits or one of the challenges is that in order to get the biggest value from such a deal, you kind of need to control the market. Because if everyone's able to put out these signs, it dilutes the value of those signs throughout the community or the marketplace. So I'm looking forward to that discussion when we get to the sign ordinance.
Yeah, when we did it, I know it applied to the convention center. We talked about the applicability citywide. I think we need to do that, because when I saw the 2011 proposal, that was on just like 29 locations at $200,000 a year, net revenue to the city. I believe there's probably $500,000 to $1 million in potential revenue on a citywide basis. And again, those funds could be used to enhance specific parks as well as general fund revenues that we could use at our discretion. So I'm looking forward to this RFQ comes back to see these opportunities that I believe are there for the city of Fresno.
Yeah, I figured the Woodward Park signs, I could pitch one casino against the other one.
Yeah. Again, thanks again, Bruce, for what you've done.
Councilman Zhang.
Bruce, I think I might have heard this, but for future parks, I mean, our policy has changed to where, whether through CFD, there's a better sustainability model for future park developments, right?
Well, yes, the CFDs will actually cover the ongoing costs of maintaining those parks built within those new communities.
So it's really more about the existing park that we've built for such a long time that's where we're relying upon more the economic situation. It's downturn, then we're in trouble. If it's upturn, then we're okay.
Right.
Right. And we're trying to provide a more stable, sustainable model through some of the partnerships that we were forced to get into. Now, whether it's through the sign thing that we're looking at, what other things are we also looking at besides the impact fees, because those get spread around to provide a better maintenance or infrastructure, capital infrastructure for our parks that don't necessarily have the CFD with them?
Well, as you know, we tried the approach of establishing a community's facilities district in advance of a park, and the community wasn't exactly supportive of that, which is why I'd be cautious about other approaches or other strategies that would end up being a net increase in either property tax, sales tax, or whatever the case for me. I am working with a local developer right now in which previously the city would give impact fee credits, just like literally one for one. But the impact fee was intended to cover capital improvements throughout the city. Well, when we started giving away impact fee credits to developers, they would invest those impact fees in improvements that just made their development that more attractive because they had a park.
Right.
But at the expense, especially during the downturn, of the obligations that we as an organization had already undertaken with the issuance of debt. I am working with one developer right now in the theory in which I will call it an exchange rate. We will grant you impact fee credits as we have in the past. In exchange, you will make X dollars of capital improvements to an older facility within the urban core, or one of these communities, or one of these parks that isn't located in a CFD. We're still working out the nuts and bolts of that. I'm hoping that becomes a model then, because in that way you do have an opportunity for new development to reinvest into older neighborhoods. So other than that, or the general fund, as you know, Council, we will continue and have been pursuing grants. We get Prop 84 dollars now on an annualized basis that can be used in specific areas based on median income, and they could be used to either build a park or to maintain parks that are already in place. My focus has been to take those dollars and but to reinvest them into our older parks, into our older and poor neighborhoods, because quite frankly, the overall condition, as you've heard me say before, of many of these older spaces, facilities, it's just not acceptable.
So, Bruce, with all the efforts that we do, we'll talk with the revitalization of the downtown. Let's say all those things pick up as we would hope to be. What are some of the offset that comes out of that that's reinvesting back into our older parks that does not have the CFDs, or that we're looking for new developments?
Well, from a very broad discussion, we've done an analysis, and Councilmember Brand and the rest of you are probably painfully aware of this. Housing values or property values, the further south you go, compared to the north end of town, they could be anywhere 30% below what they are in the north end of town. Any developer will tell you Copper River will drive a higher price than something in the older parts of town. Our focus on revitalizing our older neighborhoods is twofold. One, it helps bring some stability to those neighborhoods. But from a business standpoint, if you're able just to bring property values up 5 or 10%, you're talking about a net new general fund revenue of $2 to $3 million. That new revenue then can be used then and reinvested back into parks or other services within the older neighborhoods. So we believe it's both provides, again, the stability within these neighborhoods. Communities are willing to invest in their own property when they see property next to them improving, and then that in itself brings the value of all the properties up, which generates net new revenue to the city that can be reinvested, kind of like we just talked about with the convention center, can get reinvested back into those neighborhoods.
Remember our Clovis meeting, Bruce, when we had the joint meeting with Clovis, and obviously we know what our ranking in terms of green space, and who was our gentleman that came and talked about Mr. Kepler.
Mr. Kepler.
And talk about that that apparently there is a different shift now in terms of legal interpretation of what the canal is to both of us, and that the investment in there looked like it's ready to move forward, and that by just doing that alone, it would, was it double, triple, whatever our current green space is, by just looking at the connection of those canal. So where is that in the presentation and the commitment in terms of dollars?
We've been working with Mr. Kepler as well as the Fresno Irrigation District, and we believe we've overcome the liability concerns. We do have a project that can be funded out of the Measure C Trail program, and I believe that it is as far as 60% design. So once we get past, I think the legal hurdles that have been holding us back for the last 5 to 6, maybe longer, you will probably see a project coming forward by the city proposing to fund it out of a grant, whether it's Measure C or Trail or out of congestion mitigation. But there are grants that could fund such a program, and then there is Mr. Kepler, which also helped kind of move the ball, has authored an amendment to the Measure C program that would allow up to $250,000 of Measure C trail money to be used to fund the cost of maintenance of that trail for a period of time. And I will give Mark credit because his position was very firm before, and he's now realized that we can go fund a trail using another color of money, but it still comes down to how are we going to maintain the asset after it's built. And he's recognized that if we use these other dollars, that he's been sponsoring an amendment that I'm hoping will come forward with potentially an MOU with FID for a project.
Now, would that particular project or responsibility then fall under Parks and Rec then, in terms of the trails, or is that a different area?
Yes.
Okay.
Working very closely with the city manager.
Where's our? We know that the school districts have whether they're green space or not. I know that we're going through some MOU discussion and possibility of also expanding the possibility of our residents possibly using some of those after-school activities. Where are we, and have we reached anything further than just still talking about some of the liability issues?
We are in the very early stages of trying to strike a joint use agreement with Fresno Unified. We want to start off with a pilot program, maybe one site or two sites. My logic is that they're already watering and cutting the grass. We would have that same cost if we built our own park. So if we could work out an arrangement in which we would have joint use, we would take responsibility for cleaning bathrooms and locking and unlocking the gates, taking care of graffiti or any other vandalism that may occur. My thought is we would have that with our own park, but I don't have to water and cut the grass. If I can get Fresno Unified to do that, at least on a pilot program, then that in itself would lend itself to an increase in green space without necessarily having to increase the city's liability as far as the capital outlay for new parks.
I know that we talked about that, so how far are we in actually getting a pilot going? I know that there's been several community organizations that have approached us, I think, even at the last budget of trying to get this through. Is it from our side? Is it from the school side to have something in place and to kind of see that pilot, see if it works out for our community?
I am cautiously optimistic that we should have something back before council within the next 60 days for at least one pilot site, if not two.
Okay. Hopefully this will be my last, but it may not be. But we'll see what the discussion goes. Our veterans memorial home there for our veterans. I mean, that currently is right now with Parks, correct?
Oh, yeah, the Veterans Auditorium?
Yeah, Veterans.
Yes.
So,
don't ask me why, but it is.
Obviously, that building provides a lot of service, but it's also like everything else, we've a little behind in terms of bring it up to at least an acceptable level for our community partners, and especially for our veterans that use that as a headquarter. There's a lot of challenges. Where are we in terms of trying to bring that back up with, just the basics, and we're talking about air conditioning, the heating.
Well, that's going to go back to Lee's the RFQ that's out on the street. They're going to come in doing an analysis of not just the Veterans Memorial, but other facilities. That's a $1 lease, and so it is going to be any improvements. One, we need to identify what those deficiencies are, and then put a cost to them. I can tell you in the last 2 years, we've spent probably at least $30,000 on the stage rigging, if not more, and we're waiting for an updated report on that particular asset. And so, but we will probably see a pretty extensive list of improvements. And it's not, I don't even want to say improvements, it's just deferred maintenance on that facility. I heard one time someone put a number to it, was close to $40 million. How accurate that is?
Wow. Well, we're trying to justify that right now, if it's at 40 or less, right? And I thought I heard this early on when I first came in, first couple of years, that there was some discussion about the Veterans Memorial or Veterans District, Memorial District, and that that is right now inclusive of some of the city of Fresno, or a big piece of the city of Fresno.
Right.
But that tax revenue, or that revenue it goes all to the Clovis Veterans Memorial.
Correct.
I'm confused because if we have the city of Fresno in there, and we have a veterans memorial that's in Fresno. Is there a sharing discussion? Is there a cost-cutting discussion?
I haven't been privy to any discussions lately. I think the last time it came up, it was kind of put back onto the veterans groups to make the move to redefine the boundary lines, and I haven't heard anything since that time.
So we put it back onto the veterans to try to let them work it out,
right?
And so we've had no update from either.
I haven't personally heard any updates.
Okay. And who would we? Do we just call up our veterans group here in Fresno and just say, hey, what's the update on this, if there is? Because obviously, whether the money comes back at $40 million in the hole or something, that it would make it very difficult for the city of Fresno to, especially when it's a dollar lease, that the money is going to be either be creatively coming from general fund or other revenues, and it'll take a long time for us to even come close to catching up.
Right. So I encourage, if you have contacts within that those stakeholder group, then I would encourage you to reach out to them.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. I just want to see if the city was involved in facilitating that discussion or moving forward, just because that is a big expense for us as well.
Right.
Okay. Thanks, Bruce. I'm done.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Bruce, Holmes Playground has $1.1 million of improvements. Are we just making a new park there, or that seems like a lot of money?
And until you walk through Holmes. Holmes is a good example of bathrooms that are shamefully, well, I'll just leave it at that. The gym hadn't been, and floor hadn't been refurbished in a number of years. Boiler was shot. A lot of the facilities, you walk through Holmes, you could see what years of deferred maintenance can do to a building. Again, we're using these primary sources is coming from dollars that come to the department via, I call them population. It's an allocation that the city of Fresno receives. 2 years before that, it was Romaine that we made significant investment in, as well as Ted C. Wills. We spent well north of $1 million on Ted C. Wills. Again, nothing really fancy other than dealing with dry rot. Gym that hadn't been any work done to it in probably 10, 15 years. Removing an underground storage tank that nobody wanted to, or everyone wanted to pretend didn't exist. So I had made a goal for the department that to identify funding to renovate at least one community center per year. So this is the third program. So we'll have Dickey, Ted C. Wills, Romaine, and now Holmes.
On the same page, it has $50,000 for planned maintenance, the relocation from Roding Park Zoo. Is there a way we could get them to pay for that, since they displaced our location within the zoo or within Roding Park? And that would give us enough for 3 or 4 items that are around that $50,000 mark.
There's a lease agreement in which we, the city, with the zoo authority, agreed on shared expenses. One of those things that we agreed to fund is the relocation of our maintenance facility from the park to another site. And the site that we have right now is property that's owned by the city. It's the old Densmore shop. So that's a ballpark, but we've been in that facility now 50, 60, keep going, years. So it is one of those things that we agreed to through that lease that we would cover. And there's a pretty extensive list of shared expenses associated with the zoo expansion that we are responsible for.
And then I noticed that replacement of temporary staff, it's $47,200 for one community recreation assistant position. And then the next page, under additional new permanent positions, has the very same thing listed. Is that the same person? Or
it's the same position, not the same person, or could be the same person depending on the recruitment.
Can we hope it's the same person with this one price instead of...
We have civil service rules that we have to, but we would hope so.
Okay. And my last question is, on the first page, it indicates 2 or 3 new parks are coming. I was just curious to where in District 4 that new park would be. says 2 or 3 new parks. We've got 2, so there's a third one.
There's a third one, the Cultural Arts District Park. We received approximately 2.3? 2.5, rounding up, about 2 years ago from Prop 84.
It's still not District 4.
It's not District 4, but we are working and have, I believe, identified some funding that could be set aside to make improvements to an existing park within, or green space within your district. We recognize that other than Granite Park, which isn't in great shape, a lot of the green spaces there's not a lot of green space in District 4, and then those green spaces have nowhere near the level of amenities that some of our other facilities have throughout the city.
Thank you for that recognition. Is there a process to select a location for a park, a new park?
New parks in those locations will be laid out in the general plan. And so when we get to the general plan, I'm sure we can have a whole conversation about where these new parks, but as Councilmember Zhang pointed out, a lot of the new parks, at least in the immediate future, are going to be located in new growth areas that are supported by a community's facilities district.
And then the last question, in District 4 for senior recreation and hot meals, are we in line for some help there?
Again, because of the budget downturn, we consolidated the number of locations. So right now, there is no planned changes to the senior hot meal program as it is right now.
Can we have a discussion about that sometime?
We can. I'm looking forward to that conversation.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Bruce. And I wanted to thank Parks and Recreation. We've worked together on some different things, and they've been wonderful. And I don't know how they do it with the staff they have. It's a real commitment. And it's also fun when we give our quarterly awards because they're the most vocal group in the place. And we love that. It really brings some life to us. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. A lot of my colleagues mentioned things that were important to me already, so I won't belabor too much of it. I certainly want to compliment you and your staff on just really doing an excellent job with limited resources. I know that's the story with the whole city, but I certainly recognize that Parks proportionately, can make an argument that they were hit a little bit harder than anyone else. So I want to take that moment to echo your comments and realize the hard work that the park staff does on a regular basis. I get a chance to interact with them relatively frequently, and just a great overall staff. And clearly, our folks are passionate about what they do, and that matters. And then I want to thank you for obviously you're wearing multiple hats. I'm still not sure what kind of vitamins you took, but whatever they were, you need to send them to me because the parks director, the transportation director, the city manager, the public works interim director, public utilities director. Anyway, glad that you're getting some of that off of your plate.
Yeah, I am too.
So couple things. Like I said, a lot of folks covered things that were important to me. Where parks is a priority for me, and I'm pleased to see that we are moving in the direction that's healthier, but we have a long way to go. And I know I'm preaching to the choir with you. So in some of the budget description, you talk about the introduction of some new programming. What kind of new programming did you say new programming? I wrote down new programming for some reason. Is there not any new programming being introduced?
I'm going to put Sean on the spot because Sean has been working very closely with the County Office of Education, as well as Fresno Unified and the other school districts. I know we have plans to expand our science program as well as our job prep program. So, Sean, do you want to kind of comment as to some of the new programming that's coming through those contracts?
Good afternoon, Council. As Bruce mentioned, with Fresno Unified School District, we operate the Spark after-school program. We'll be at 29 sites this upcoming year, and that's really exciting. Truly a testament to the work that's been done by staff on that. The youth job prep program, of the 4 eligible Fresno Unified high schools, we will be at that program level again, and we do a couple of things. We do a big job fair that we do annually at Edison High School, And then we do a leadership symposium that we've had. Councilman Zhang was one of our keynote speakers for that this last year. But the youth job prep program is in excellent shape. And then, as Bruce mentioned, Manuel Hernandez in the science program. Manuel is truly one of our celebrities in the Parks Department, and that program has been expanding. It has been embraced by Fresno County Office of Ed and Fresno Unified. And then obviously we operate at the Grand East Center in the community there. But within the after-school contracted services, we've seen growth. We've been able to offset some of the overhead and salaries of permanent staff and truly tried to make it an efficient model here for your district and all of the councilmen's districts.
Right. No. Thank you for that. I wanted to just get a snapshot of what we were talking about with new programming. You Sean, of course, know firsthand what I feel about that and the commitment that I think that we all have together in making sure that we have quality programming at our facilities that we operate. And I wanted to thank you again. And I didn't say this, but I certainly want to thank you for your efforts with the California NEM Gym. I know it has not been the smoothest process, but I'll tell you that I really certainly appreciate, everything you did and the rest of your staff and Bruce and working that situation out. To have that amenity now accessible to the community is a major, major, major deal. So thanks, Sean.
Okay, thank you.
So Bruce, I know there have been some questions surrounding park maintenance and upkeep, and even new parks for that matter. And in your estimation right now, do we have enough money to maintain our parks at the current level that we would desire?
Oh, you had the kicker. At the level that, no.
Right. I didn't think we did. And I know that I certainly appreciate you going year by year, and you expressed this to us a few years ago, how you're really going to try to take one facility, one community center every year and bring it some modernization upgrades. Obviously, remember Capriolio mentioned about the 1.1 million in homes this year, and funny enough, it sounds like a lot of money, but I've seen what those upgrades do. They do not buy a new facility. They really just bring the facility up to a standard that is acceptable. And I won't even go beyond. I mean, it's great what happens, but it's not like we're getting a brand new facility. Right. So it's a great use of resources, but nowhere near where we really would like to be. But I applaud you on those efforts, because I know we have 70, 80 facilities around the city, and probably all of them, the vast majority of all of them, need some type of upgrades. And if we were going to go at this pace, obviously it'd take a few decades to get where we need to get. So I know we don't quite have enough money to maintain our facilities like we want. We certainly don't have enough money to put in reserves for capital improvements that we want long term. All of us want more parks, but I'm not exactly sure that's the greatest thing to build more parks right now when our current facilities are in such need. So I'm very cautious about that. Very happy with the parks that we are building, but certainly very cautious about moving forward with building new parks without having the facility, without having the pride of ownership in the parks facilities that we have right now. So, and I'm probably more on an editorial than anything, because this is where I believe, when we come to parks, when we come to public safety, when we come to public works, those things that the general fund really supports, we're not able to maintain them at the levels that we're proud of. Parks are a central component of pride in any city. Parks, landscaping, and the like. And, all of you know that I've said this for the last several years, that we need some type of restoration tax in order to really get our facilities there. We don't have enough money, and it's not. And I continue to remind folks that it's not because we are, hog wild and pig crazy spending here in City Hall. We really just don't have enough revenues. As property taxes are low, we are a poor city in some areas, but we certainly want to have pride in our city. So I say that, to not ask any particular questions. They've all been asked. But just to remind my colleagues and remind the listening public that, as good as this budget cycle will look, and I use that in quotes, and it's great that we're moving forward, and it's good things that are happening. I'm very happy to hear that we're converting employees that we've held on temporary status to permanent status. I think that, listen, it was awful we were doing it in the first place, right? I mean, it was. And so I'm happy that we are going to treat these folks with dignity, because we should. And they deserve an honor, and they deserve that. So that, of course, is moving in the right direction to me. I'm glad of the, 4 or 5 folks that we're going to hire and add to, to the park staff, because that's, of course, we're well needed. But there's so much more. So I say that just simply to impress upon my colleagues that these things are priorities for a city, not just because they look nice, but because we do deserve to be able to have these amenities for our constituents, and we need more revenue. It isn't that we are spending too much money. We need more revenue in this area, and there aren't any more cuts we can take unless we want to decimate every department. So I know, Bruce, you have to give me that look of neutrality, but I know you know what I'm talking about. So anyhow, thanks for a job well done. My colleagues really covered most of the things that I would have covered anyhow. But I want to once again, talk about my belief that parks are part of this public safety apparatus in this city, at least for my district and my constituents. And we need to be looking at restoring our current facilities, maintaining them, having reserves for them. I love the idea of creating the partnerships with the school district. Manuel and I had a really great discussion about the possibilities that him having both the school district background and the parks background, I think, presents an opportunity to bring some of that to fruition. So I'm excited about that. Opening up more green space, because that can augment what would otherwise be the need to build new parks, and hopefully that'll free up some the opportunity for us to put to restore the facilities we have, so we can have some pride in them. So anyhow, not many questions, Bruce. More of an editorial. But thank you for standing there and bearing with me. So thanks.
Hey, Bruce, I'm the last one to speak. And I think I'm going to need like 5 minutes. And I think then we can be finished up with parks. So I think we'll punch through, even though I have council members that need to go to appointments. Let's see. A couple things. So we have these temporary positions that are going to be made permanent full-time positions. In my mind, and Jane, you might be on this too, helping me answer this. In my mind, that's right now at about a $300,000 a year increase. Is that right? Seems like we are at 519 for the new positions minus the temporary expenditures of 224.
That I would have to go back and confirm that, but that sounds about like a right number.
Okay, so we're going to make this conversion of 10 employees.
10 positions.
Temporary position, yeah, 10 plus 4. Temporary positions
right.
to permanent positions. It looks
right.
like, if I've got my math right, about $300,000 a year. And, okay, I just want to make sure I was right on that. Maybe, Jane, you could just figure that out and help and answer that for me after lunch or something. Let's see. Then on the page, and sometimes when you're trying to move fast, you really don't move that much faster. On page 105, under revenues, other revenue, there's a 34% bump there in other revenue. I know that category probably is made up of several different functions, but what's the major increase of revenue there?
All right, I'm going to see if I can I'll hit the buzzer. See
if
I can.
I know what it is. It's the transfer of revenue from the Recreation Sports Fund that we're combining with the general fund. Bruce had wanted to make a concerted effort to get rid of some of Parks' smaller funds and consolidate them into the general fund, and this is one of the ones that's occurring with. And so the Recreation Sports Fund is now, their activities are now going to be part of the general fund.
Oh, okay, cool. that's not a big deal then. All right, then. Okay. If I come up with any more questions, I'll ask you after lunch, probably.
Just real quick, though, Councilmember Baines, while he's not here, just before close, asked whether or not we're, what's the increased programming, what's the programming? For those of us who have been around, 2 or 3 years ago, we were coming into a summer in which we were looking at having only 2 or 3 community pools open. This year's budget, all of our community pools are open. So I think that in itself is a testament to the improvement or the progress that we've made, because it's going to be 108, 109. When's the pool's going to open up? Anytime, none time too soon. So we're looking forward to, again, opening up our pools as we did in the past and not having to worry about donations or anybody else. We're going to be able to do it this year as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. All right, we are going to recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30 with the police. What's that? Oh, only one, the police department, starting at 1:30. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, our afternoon portion of the meeting features the police department. Chief. Yeah. Yeah.
The police department. The police department. What? I'm sorry. Total budget is $151 million. The vast majority of that is operating at $149 million. The police department's budget begins on page B117. The expenditures are actually where we will start. The non-personnel charges, which are ones primarily concerned with operations and maintenance, they reflect a decrease of about $387,000. This is primarily due to, and again I made reference to this last week, the decrease in the asset forfeiture fund, which I'm sure the chief will be able to expand upon if you have any questions concerning that. There are 2 items that are in the general fund budget that have historically been budgeted in the asset forfeiture fund. Primarily, there's $100,000 for buy funds and $100,000 for ammunition that is now in the general fund that used to be funded out of the AFF. They are also proposing to get some new equipment, and again, like the new equipment in parks, that is now actually physically located. The money is physically located in the General City Purpose Department. That's for oversight purposes, but they are asking for about $200,000 in additional equipment needs, $110,000 for portable radios, and about $5,500 for GPS vehicle tracking units. Again, that was also historically funded out of the asset forfeiture fund, but is now being funded under the general fund. There's also lease payments for additional vehicles, about $59,000 for plain police vehicles and about $42,000 for motorcycles. Also, as a part of this budget is the next phase of the replacement of the police vehicles, the turnover that we have in all of the official vehicles. There's $500,000 that includes 2 lease payments. That includes the 2 lease payments for the 50 vehicles that were ordered in FY14, and there's also an additional $250,000 for an additional 50 vehicles which will be ordered in 15. That is the 2/3 of the total turnover in vehicles that they need. The last 50 will be ordered in 2016. Grant appropriations are down significantly, about $3 million worth. Go into those on page 120. Probably one of the biggest decreases is basically, again, the movement of CDBG funds from this department into DARM. And again, that is for graffiti abatement primarily. The police bureau impact teams were previously funded by CDBG, but due to the HUD review, it was decided that there were some difficulties in compliance, and so the decision was made to fund those impact teams out of the general fund for FY15. However, graffiti is moving from police into DARM. That is from a financial and an oversight standpoint. From an operational standpoint, they will still be guided by the police department. They will still reside in the police department as far as the employees, and all the equipment will be in the police department as well. The program graffiti abatement is projected to maintain the current service level in FY 2015, and there are some reassignments of a couple of police officers out of that program, but the level of activity, the level of work that they will do is unchanged from this year. I believe that, let's go over to staffing. That is over on page 124. Again, we have the funding for 717 sworn positions in FY15. That is the same as it was in 14. We do have an additional 6 non-sworn positions that are proposed to be added to the department's budget. One is in a principal account clerk. This will be funded by the regional training center contracts. That is primarily to keep track of marketing, training courses, contract, revenue tracking, etc. Basically to be the administrative person out there to alleviate the need for some additional help from downtown. One emergency services communication supervisor. That will be funded by the general fund. Many of these are to replace positions that had been cut in prior years, and that is certainly one of them. For police cadets, we've already spoken about. Those are being added in conjunction with FACTS. They will be located in Manchester and Courthouse Park transit centers to help with safety and security in those two areas. There is one permanent part-time administrative clerk that will also be funded by the Regional Training Center. And also there are some position conversions. A community services officer will be converted to a grant writer position. This is to maintain the information level in the grant section. A succession plan is necessary due to the grants manager retiring next year, and so preparations need to be made for that unfortunate event. Position amendments are also in here. The two that we did this year that connected to the police department, primarily the 30 cadet positions and the 7 emergency services dispatchers, they are both within this budget, and so they have been maintained. Also, again, as we mentioned earlier in the morning, FYI, the 11 positions that had previously been assigned out to FYI as security have now been moved back into the general fund and have now been reassigned within the department's ongoing units. And so there's also increases in the employee services budget to correspond to contractual obligations that the city has. The MOU increases have been budgeted appropriately as necessary. Also, the ancillary impacts of those salary increases to pension, to overtime, and to premium pay. And I believe that concludes the service impacts for the department, and I'm sure the chief is available for any additional questions that you might have.
I think following the order that we started earlier today, we'll go out to the public now, and then we can come up to council and call the chief up or Jane or whatever it takes.
I want your attention up here. I don't want you reading, talking, or none of this. This is serious. This is the only department we got in the whole city of Fresno that's worth something. And that includes y'all, too. 2 guys that got shot in Las Vegas last night, the police officers. And we got Al-Qaeda out here running around somewhere. We don't even know where they're at. Chief Obama running around here letting the 5 worst terrorists out in the whole world run around out here. Those little 50 cars not nothing. We need 500 cars out here. We need guns out here. We need bullets. This police need everything that they can get to keep us alive. Prisoners grown. We up in the mountains now. We all out in Shaw Avenue, Herndon, all out here in Fowler, Sal Pass, Yoder District. We everywhere. No, we can't sit up here act like this is a game we playing, because I'm sick of every damn one of y'all. We got to fight for America. And Chief Dyer got the best crews that it is. I've always fought for the police department. You guys want to belittle everything. You want to belittle something, belittle yourself. This is what that money is for. It's for our police department. They take care of everything around here. I had a fire in front of my house. The monks was over there shooting their fireworks. I called 911. They was out there in a few minutes. 1,000 people was out there in that field with me. I don't want to hear that. You guys got to take up and get the things that we need. I don't care what it costs. This thing tells me that y'all pension money has already been taken care of, that override, so you don't tell me that crap about no pension override. The money is there. The voters put it there. So what we got to do, we got to take care of our police department. Chief Dyer is an excellent human being, and his force. We got the best union out here. He's the chief of, they gave him recognition all the way up and down California. And he knows what he's doing. They tried to sidetrack him a few minutes ago with that little girly shit, but he ain't none of that. He's a police officer. Matter of fact, he's the chief. You sit there with your head down. You don't listen to nobody will say it, but just think of somebody knock on your door and your kids land on the floor and all you can say is, Daddy, what can I do? What about your grandkids? What about your wife? What about somebody pulling guns onto their head and you can't do nothing? Who you going to call? The police department. This is some serious stuff. We're in a war. Them people in Las Vegas say we're in a revolution. And we are. Better watch your tracks run around here and who you going to call. We got to take care of this, the police department. I wouldn't give a crap what it takes. We got to put money in their hands. We got to put guns in their hands. We got to put cars in their hands so they can drive some that work. So they can locate us like a pocket with little things you can see wherever you're going. This is not no joke right here. I play games with y'all all day long. But when I see what our police do out here for us, and I've been at Hunt's Cafe for all those many years. Matter of fact, I was born out there. And I know they're there. And I know they're strong and tough. They ready, the order to come around, they ready to go. But I ain't going to go with an old car around here.
All right, Barbara, your time's up. All right, well, there's your chair right there.
I pay his salary too.
All right, then. Councilman Brand.
You got one more?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, D. Come on up. Yeah, we all were.
D. Barnes, 2607 Fresno Street, Fresno, California. I'm really pleased that you guys did add some dispatcher positions last year. We have recently met with the chief and some other staff within the police department because there are still other areas that are very critical that are civilian positions. I don't know how many of you have been into the records department over at the police department, but the staff that works in records are the lowest paid police employees, and yet they were the ones that were hit the hardest. And because of all the layoffs and the seniority issues, we have quite a few employees in that area that are going to be retiring soon. We've met with the chief and the manager of that department or division to go over, a 5-year plan. But unfortunately, within the city, when you have the positions like that, you cannot hire an employee more than 30 days before the expected departure of the other employee. And, we all know how the police officers impact public safety, but I don't know if you guys or the public is aware of some of the critical things that records do. They are the ones that are responsible for entering the information on stolen vehicles, stolen cars, stolen property, and those kind of things are not something you pick up in 20 or 30 days. So we could be looking at some serious impacts to our community if we don't find a way to restore some of our services at the police department, other than just the officers. It's not, public safety is a big thing, and it's not just guns on the street that impact our public safety. So I would really encourage you to look at that. I know the chief has asked for some additional positions and has been told that, you know, we're going to keep maintaining, and my fear is that we are barely doing some of the things now, and if we don't make some changes, we will not be able to provide those services. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dee. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address this presentation so far? All right. Councilman Brand.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, or Jane, so start with a few questions on the line item budget. And this is on page 127. The employee leave payout, I'm just comparing back in 2012, about 2.9 million to about 4.5 million in this proposed budget. Page 127 on the line item.
Okay, got it.
So is that a function of, you think, of the staffing levels over the last 4 years? That you'd pay more leave payout because you've got fewer people accruing time have to be paid out?
So on 51103?
Yes.
That is
51103.
Okay. Yeah, you know, part of that, I believe, is the fact that folks had not been cashing out as anticipated some of the time, especially with the FPOA. And then part of it is just based on actuals, you know, based on what the cash out was the year before. So right. We're just not seeing the level of cash out that we had anticipated.
Mm-hmm. I remember back, I think it was the MOU back in 2009 or 10, when the whole thing on the leave issue came up, and that was part of the MOU agreement, where basically the FPOA financed the city for part of that money, a lot of that money, right?
Yeah, what happened was, as part of the FPOA concessions, they had agreed not to cash out time, and in essence, about 104 hours per employee was placed into a time bank. And that was built up for a period of time, and at some point they were allowed to cash in I believe up to 96 hours per year. Right, yeah. We've not seen that cash out as we had anticipated, but there has been some.
Okay, and then this would be line item 51104. The health insurance was about 8.2 million. In 2012, and it's about 9.7 million in 2015. And I know the cost went up, but I don't know the exact, but I'm willing to bet there were less staff in 2012 than they were in 2015.
Well, you also have to understand, excuse me, Chief, that we also have the new positions that were added this year, the cadets and the emergency services dispatchers, and then the 11 positions that are coming back over from the airports as well. And they're no longer being supported by the airports now. They're being supported by the general fund. So
okay,
yeah. Okay. So it is additional staff.
I think there's a combination of things. One is that the grants that ran out on some of the CHIRP officers is one of those. They were funded as part of the grant. They are now part of the general fund. You have the addition of the 30 cadets, the 7 dispatchers, and then you also you have an airport, the 11 officers, and then you have a rate increase as well.
Okay. And then on overtime, which is 51301, we had about $2.6 million in FY12 and about $3 million in FY15. I remember for a while we're dragging it down. I'm assuming that is a direct reflection on the staffing levels.
You're correct. In some degree, it is staffing levels and the fact that, for example, this past week, we had 42 orderback shifts in our department, 6 sergeants
and 36 officers. Part of those were half shifts, but a total of about 36 full shifts. So that is the overtime. The second part of it is we are getting more reimbursable overtime from Fresno Unified School District for working football games and so forth, and a number of other reimbursable overtime that we're seeing for long-term investigations on narcotics cases.
Okay. But would you say that in the last few years, a lot of officers are getting pushed, kind of extended out as far as the hours and work?
I would say that's true. In fact, there was a time here this past year that we, between contract law enforcement services and order back of officers, we were mandating that officers come in on their days off to work beyond the voluntary overtime. We had voluntary overtime where people are on a list. If there's an opening, we call them first. But then when we exhausted those, we went well beyond that, and we had to make some adjustments in terms of how we did that in patrol in order to minimize that. We've not seen that as much lately, and the reason is simple. We are now utilizing either our nighttime traffic officers or our violent crime impact team to work those minimum staffing shifts. So our proactive units out in the field, we now are utilizing them to cover patrol shifts in order to avoid order back, and that's what we ended up doing to avoid that.
Thank you. And then this would be on page 129, item 59302, information systems, and it was around $652,000 in FY12, and now we're up to about $1.5 million.
Yeah, that was basically a reformatting or a changing of a methodology that we used for the allocation of ISD charges. And this actually indirectly came about as a part of the HUD review as well, is that it was found that the way those charges had previously been allocated was not appropriate.
So they were under-reporting in prior years. This reflects
right, and so they changed that methodology to better reflect where the usage actually is, and that usage is, of course, in one of the larger departments, which is PD.
Okay, that makes sense. And then on 59305, liability self-insurance, we were around $3 million in 2012, and now we're been around 4.5 the last 3 years. Hopefully we won't get above that. And I know that is something.
Yeah, that's just based on an average, a rolling average of claims against PD, and that amount varies according to the number of claims against the department and the payoffs.
And there could be, a correlation too with overtime. If people are extended, going too long, they're making maybe mistakes in judgment. Is that a possibility that?
Well, I think it's become very, very popular to initiate litigation against police departments across the nation, and we're no exception. And we have seen those, and it costs a lot of money to defend the actions of the officers. So. Right. A combination of those things, and we try to do everything we can in terms of training and making sure we're performing audits and inspections. But the reality is, officers are going to make some mistakes along the way. Right. Officers handle 1,100 calls a day in the city, and occasionally they may not handle a call the way that someone thinks, especially an attorney.
Okay. And let me ask, Councilmember, recognizing, as Jane pointed out, this is an average, so a lot of these costs could have occurred based on incidents that are 2 years old. So when we were at 800 officers, so I don't know if you could draw a correlation between the number of officers and your liability charges.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, about last year you came to us, Chief, and we bought 5 jail cells from Fresno County, and I think it was about 6 months ago. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, a little bit longer than that, actually.
Okay. So how are we doing? How has that worked out?
That has turned out very, very well. and I want to thank the council for that and the mayor, because prior to that, we were averaging somewhere around 15 to 16 cars stolen per day in our city. That number has been since cut in half. We're averaging about 8 cars per day in the last few months. And the reality is we've been able to identify those individuals that are the most prolific car thieves and to make sure that they are occupying a jail bed and not out victimizing people. And it is just as we had thought and said for many years, that if you can target those 10%ers, the ones that are creating the most problems out in the community, and get them off the streets, you're going to have the greatest impact. And we have. We have found ourselves from time to time having to make a decision about which thief should occupy a jail bed when we have 5 that are there. And fortunately, the jail has been very accommodating. Some of the time we've said, we want you to put this person in one of those beds, even though you got to let someone else out. And oftentimes they're finding another bed space for them at the jail. So we've been working hand in hand with the sheriff's department. They've done a great job in terms of working with us on that. So it's been very effective.
What is the cost of that right now?
It's $104 a day per bed. So $520 a day is what we pay, whether we use them or not, and we are using them every single.
Is that in the budget then for FY15?
Yes, it is. It is. Page 128, down towards the bottom, 58002, the 150,000 under outside agency support.
Okay. So 150 buys us 5 jail cells for 1 year?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be worth it to have 10 jail cells and have $300,000? Would that have a similar result as far as reducing these kind of crimes?
Well, the simple answer is yes. In fact, I've heard at a number of our crime view meetings, monthly crime view meetings, that there at least a desire on our part of our criminal apprehension team, sergeant and lieutenant, they wish they had additional beds. Whether that is the right direction for us to go as a city, I don't know. But I do know that the more designated beds you do have, you're obviously going to be able to keep more designated people in those beds that are the prolific thieves.
Right.
It's just a matter of whether or not that's money well spent or not.
As we go forward, where is the state at on the realignment? Is it pretty much at the worst level? Is it can it get worse? Is there more pressure to release more prisoners?
I think we've seen the worst in terms of the influx of inmates that we've had to keep in Fresno. There was a period of time where we were absolutely inundated with individuals. Not that they released them on us as much as with the people that we would have normally sentenced to prison, we had to keep here. We did not have the treatment beds available. We didn't have the jail space available. And ultimately, they ended up on our streets. Okay. And it has somewhat leveled off, I believe, but there is still a significant number of people being released early every day from our jail. Some of that has to do with, obviously the consent decree, and we are having to house at least 1, if not 2 floors of individuals that would normally be in state prison that are here locally. So somewhere between 600 and 700 people that normally would be in prison are here in our jail occupying bed space.
And, about a year ago, Member Baines and former Councilman Borges, we were involved in some discussions regarding some of the prisoner processing bookings, and you were there, Chief, with the sheriff. Now that we've had an election and we have a new district attorney with a different philosophy on how they do cases, and I know that I was compelled, just like you were, to support that person based just on the logic of plus people I talk to in the police officers. Is that going to have an impact on us in the future as far as keeping more people in jail?
I believe the simple answer again is yes. 2/3 of the people that are in Fresno County Jail are people that are pre-sentenced, meaning they have not gone through the court system. And there has been a lot of discussion over the years about why that occurs. And I believe, depending on who you ask, you'll get a different answer. But the bottom line is that there is an inefficiency in our criminal justice system that doesn't allow them to go through the process more quickly. And when you can increase the efficiency, you're going to have fewer people that are pre-sentenced in jail. And so it's going to require a DA that works closely with the public defender and the courts in order to make that happen. Right. I believe when we see the change in DAs in January, we're going to see that happen. I believe it's going to become more efficient. I believe there's an increased level of cooperation on the part of the public defender to work with the DA, and I certainly know that to be true with the courts. So time will tell, but I'm optimistic, and I believe that we're going to see a big difference.
Then in theory, if that's successful, would we still need to buy the 5 beds?
Only time will tell, but there is a very good possibility that we may not need these 5 beds in the future.
Okay. And should we renew those discussions about evidence, prisoner processing, communications, dispatch? Is that something that, in your opinion, we could still, working with the county, we could find, for both entities, savings as well as, improvements in efficiency? Or is that one bit exhausted?
In terms of efficiencies internally, within our department?
Yeah. Well, actually, for both entities, I've had discussions with different people on prisoner processing. And officers are spending too many hours down there; they're offline. If those should be renewed, because obviously, if we can make some improvements, it's going to improve not just the savings but the safety in the city of Fresno.
Yeah, I believe you're right. And it's challenging for our officers when they take somebody to the jail. There's a downtime for them, which is why we've tried to utilize or maximize the use of our Cadet 2s to do prisoner transport and prisoner standby, so we can free up our officers. We even looked at, is there a way we could cite out individuals for certain types of charges? Reality is we can't, because they're felons and they have to be booked. But at some point in time, I hope there can be, I don't know if the word efficiency is right, but certainly if we can expedite that process. Right. And in the interim, we're going to try to maximize the use of Cadet 2s to do that. Okay.
And I've talked a lot about technology and the impact on our general plan, and as you know, everything is changing at breakneck speed. And I know we have the video policing. I've seen, you showed me a couple of years ago, and I'm even thinking nowadays with people buying drones, both privately, cities. I'm not talking about RoboCop either, so get that clear. Or GSI software that's out there. I know we have the social media now that I've got involved. It's really, really helpful with the PD response directly to people. Do you see anything there in the coming years that we can utilize to really improve our efficiency?
Yeah, I do. In fact, we're in the middle of it right now. And part of that is creating a real-time crime center in the Fresno Police Department with the 100% usage of private dollars. Probably going to cost us around $600,000 to $700,000. The funds are there. Mm-hmm. They have been donated to us. And part of that is to create a center in where light-duty officers are monitoring in real time calls that are coming into the department, and then to be able to click on or activate a video policing camera within that area and to provide that information in terms of what they see in real time to the officer before they ever arrive. Mm-hmm. Not just our cameras, but traffic cameras, cameras that are owned by private sector, cameras that are owned by the school district, having access to all of those cameras and being able to see something in advance of the officer arriving. And secondly is to be able to access an intelligence database, and we're working with a company called Beware. It's a company called Intrado, but it's a Beware product. They have agreed to donate their product for 18 months and utilize us as a beta site. And that intelligence would be accessed by these light-duty officers and fed to the officer in advance. That is everything about what's going on in this residence, who the people are, what their cell phone numbers are, what their prior history is, mental health, whatever the case is. So that officer on scene will have real-time information about that will help them to handle that call more safely for themselves and the person there. That's part of it. And so technology is huge. We need to continue to make sure that we have cameras in the right places in our city, and then to take advantage of the existing cameras that are out there today in the private sector as well as in the public sector, such as the schools.
If I got this right, in the budget, there's like these personal cameras that are put on the police officer. There's about 50 of those in the budget, or?
Yes, there's budgeted $90,000 in this budget under capital for the purpose of purchasing 50 cameras and to allow for storage on the cloud for 3 years. Those cameras would be issued to officers on a voluntary basis. We already have more than 50 police officers that have asked to wear these cameras. And we're going to combine that with money that we already have set aside in a grant. So for the total purpose of about 100 cameras that we anticipate being purchased in FY15.
So those really could help in risk management. When you have somebody with a camera going, it's not he said, she said, right?
Well, the studies that have occurred today from law enforcement agencies is that complaints have been significantly reduced. Complaints of excessive force have been significantly reduced, and the video that has been captured has helped law enforcement agencies to be able to defend some of their cases. Mm-hmm. And not only that, it's being utilized as evidence in court that ultimately causes someone to plead guilty when normally they may fight that case because there's video evidence that the officer has. So huge benefit, and I'd obviously encourage the council to support that.
So right now, where do you say we stand on, like we talked about last year, the cars are getting old, they're not performing well, there's high maintenance, bullets, vests. How are we coming along that front?
Well, I'll touch on the cars because obviously for many years we did not replace cars, whether it's motorcycles, plane cars, or patrol cars. And that caused us to have a significantly aging fleet, just like all the other departments in the city. In fact, of the 71 motorcycles that we have, 40 of those were purchased in 2007. 86% of them have over 50,000 miles today. So the plan is to replace those motorcycles this year, 14, and do that over a 5-year period to be able to replace all of our motorcycles. Mm-hmm. In terms of the plane cars, we have 175 plane cars in our fleet today. The goal is to replace 10% of those a year, a little over 10%. So 18 in this budget, and 27% of those plane cars that are out there have more than 130,000 miles today. And as we know, that's increased maintenance cost. But the real thing was the patrol cars. And I want to thank, obviously, the city manager for taking the lead on replacing our fleet, especially the patrol cars, because the 261 patrol cars that we have in our fleet today, 67% of them, 2/3 of our cars have over 100,000 miles. And many of those have over 150,000 miles. So having 50 of them replaced in FY14, another 50 to be replaced in FY15, and 50 is the plan in FY16, we'll make some significant strides in being able to replace those cars for us and decrease downtime. So I believe in terms of cars, we're heading in the right direction. We have a good plan in place. We have a lot of work to do in our computers citywide, but I can tell you in the police department, whatever we can do to replace computers, whether through leases or whatever, is going to be significant for us because they're very slow and they're down a lot. So we have a lot of work to do on that. Portable radios was another area that we were lacking. We didn't replace portable radios in our department for about a 10-year period. And so with that, we're losing about 45 to 50 portable radios per year where they go down and you can't fix them. That is a piece of equipment that is an absolute for our police officers out there that need to call for assistance or call for help. So last year in FY14, actually this year, there was $110,000 set aside in the general fund for us to replace radios. We took that and found $300,000 on top of that, $250,000 in a state grant, $50,000 in a Homeland Security grant, and that $400,000 we used to purchase 175 Motorola radios. And this year, the plan is to go forward is to purchase another 275 portable radios and lease those radios. $110,000 of general fund and another $56,000 of grant money that we will provide over the next 3 years. And is it a 3 or 4 year lease, Mike? 4-year lease. And that will allow us to replace every single portable radio in patrol. Every uniformed officer will have a new portable radio within the next few months. So that is one of the number one complaints I've heard from officers. Portable radios going down, police cars going down. And I believe we're addressing those two.
You said the network is slow, it's antiquated. Is there any reason why we have to have every city department tied into one? Could PD have their own server, and that, if it could be done in a cost-effective manner?
I think in a lot of ways, those platforms, those applications that are specific to PD are maintained by PD. I think Conrad is primarily in charge of maintaining the databases. As far as server's a piece of equipment, so it's just a matter of replacing that. But ISD's role, if you look at the network kind of like a freeway, ISD is I don't want to use Caltrans because I don't know if that's necessarily a good analogy, but they're in charge of the freeway and maintain the freeway. All the other departments just need to be able to plug into that network or into that system. And so PD has their systems, the other, DARM has theirs, Public Utilities has theirs, but they all plug into the network. Where we run into challenges sometimes is when everyone, like a freeway, when everyone's trying to get on the network at the same time. And in the case of maybe the police department, unfortunately, they're trying to get onto the freeway and they're running an operating system, an old XP or something else, which in today's technology can't handle the new software systems, or because the amount of memory just slows them way down. So that goes back to the chief's need to, like cars, at some point in time you got to start looking at the replacement cycle costs of computers, and you buy a new application that is far more robust than you used to work with, but the machine that's running in no longer can support it because of the memory it takes up. It's not a matter of getting on the freeway sometimes, it's a matter of just getting getting the car started to get to the freeway. And that in a lot of ways is plaguing us, plaguing the police department as well as some of our other departments.
Thank you.
I think just to add to what the city manager said is, I think there's 3 issues. One of them is the hardware, one of them is the software, one of them is the network. And purchasing all of your hardware, we have to do that through the city. And part of that has to do with the imaging that occurs by ISD for each department. Sometimes the imaging of a computer makes it incompatible with some of the programs that we have to run in the police department. We're trying to work through that with ISD. For example, in dispatch, the imaging is limited because of what they have to do. And so the sheriff's department, for example, they broke away from the county and they have their own system. Part of it has to do with the fact that they have a unique security clearance on information. And so they've taken the step to do that, and they have their own, they purchase their own computers, they have their own system in place for that. And so we have 670 computers in our department, 670, I believe, desktops. 270 of those are between 6 and 8 years old. We've met with ISD recently in the fact that it would be nice to purchase about 270 to 300 of those outright, and then do a 3-year lease buyback on perhaps the other ones. But what we are tending to do right now is to simply add memory to a computer that gets you by another 6 months to a year. And what ultimately ends up happening is, even if you add memory, some of the software is not going to be compatible.
So you have a server-based software because a lot of the new, even my business, it's web-based hosting, which makes things a lot quicker. And then we had a big discussion about a generator, replacing a generator, and if everything melts down here, all the records are lost. With a web-based hosting or cloud storage, it alleviates that problem. In fact, Amazon, who has this giant market out there in retail, and they overkill the bandwidth and how they'll buy warehouses 10, 20,000. But what they do, they actually have peak demands, and what they're doing now is actually leasing this high-speed data, both publicly and privately, as far as things out in the future that would move a lot quicker, probably less expensive because there's less hardware to do it. That's a discussion for another day.
The other part of it is the throughput of that. For example, we're transitioning away from T1 lines in our district stations to a system called OptiMan, and that is going to allow us to have more throughput and to be able to download some of the video that we're getting. For example, on all of our body cameras, they're iCloud based, but you got to download them. They got to get into the system. Well, it will shut the system down with the amount of video. And so OptiMan will allow that to increase in terms of the throughput. So we're working on some of those things, but you touched on a very hot button item in our department in terms of whether we should be separate or not, or how we proceed.
Well, it's almost as if at the council we should have like a technology subcommittee that not only for your department but the entire city, because things are changing so rapidly, and they're not only efficient, the changes, but they're in many cases less expensive. So I don't know.
Well, again, we talked about this, and when we get to DARM, the business-friendly Fresno, and we're looking at a software system that's probably going to be well in excess of almost $2 million. That's just the software, and that's not even the cost of loading the data sets or getting updated computers that can house and operate that, because the more robust, the more memory you need. So a technology discussion is quite appropriate because it is a challenge. It's facing all aspects of our organization.
Okay. And finally, I read in the report, Chief, that for the last 3 years, crime has decreased, 22% homicides, 12% property crimes, 43% reduction in fatal injury collisions, which is really very encouraging. So I'm going to ask you the question, is Fresno safe?
Well, absolutely. I can say that without any doubt in terms of violent crime in our city. For the last 3 years, violent crime has went down 4%, 6%, and 7%. And as of this morning, we're down 12.7%. That's violent crime. A large part of our violent crime is driven by aggravated assaults and robbery, but they are definitely, violent crime is down in our city. Homicides are up this year. We have 23 murders year to date as compared to 18 last year. And fortunately, that has somewhat leveled off here as of late. But I know without exception, violent crime is down. Property crime this year is down 9.7%. And it's been down, it was down last year as well. The difficulty is with us is in 2009, we had a significant spike in property crime, so we're comparing our decreases to high numbers. And then there's always the question on property crime, with the exception of auto theft, as to whether or not people are truly reporting it. And then secondly, are we capturing the right types of crime? Because the numbers that are captured under the Uniform Crime Reporting on a federal basis is for property crime is burglary, larceny, which vehicle burglary is part of that, larceny, as well as auto theft. Those are the crimes that are captured. But it doesn't capture a lot of the other types of property crimes that occur out there. For example, identity theft. Those aren't measured. We know what they are, but they're not measured. And so I think what happens is law enforcement agencies put most of their attention on these crimes that are measured and not on the other types of property crime, which have, in my opinion, skyrocketed. identity theft and frauds and all of those types of cases have increased significantly. So, yes, people are safer in terms of violent crime. I believe people are safer in terms of having their car stolen and even their house broken into. But some of the other types of thefts, including identity theft, I don't believe they're safer in that respect.
On the patrol, you said a 42% reduction in fail. That's really a significant decline. So you still feel we have the people then to, follow the lead foots around?
We're asking more and more of our traffic unit than we ever have. Mm-hmm. And the fact is they've taken over all of our special events. We've downsized our traffic unit by about 1/3 in the last 4 years. And we're utilizing them now to be a part of patrol in terms of prisoner transport during the day. And we're using them to fill minimum staffing at night in patrol. And so we're starting to see the numbers slip a little bit. We have 14 fatal collisions this year. We had 14 last year at this time. But we are starting to see them slip, and they are spending an enormous amount of time working a lot of our special events, cross-city races and so forth, every weekend. So they're doing well, but we've put a lot on their plate, and just like we have with the rest of officers in the department.
Yeah, I would agree with you on, I was, personally, identity theft, credit card theft, and I know from talking to the officer I did, it's just like, there's so many people out there, thousands of people probably. I was lucky, to know a little technology and get the right protections like LifeLock and stuff like that. But I imagine there's a lot of people out in our city right now that, unfortunately, I guess it's easier to, instead of breaking in and getting killed, just pick up a phone, go on a computer, and commit fraud that way, right?
Yeah, I would venture to say everybody in this room has been a victim of some form of identity theft, credit card, something. I know I have a couple of times, and I just believe that more and more people are being victimized by some type of fraud.
I finally had to freeze all my credit accounts because it kept coming and coming, and since then it's worked. So, yeah. Final question, Chief. We're putting at 717 police officers and 246 support staff. In your opinion, your professional opinion, where do we need to be on these staffing levels?
In terms of sworn?
In a perfect world, if we had more money, where would we need to be?
Bruce, let me look at him before I answer his questions. So I looked at him, but I'm going to answer the question now. The reality is, I'm trying as a police chief not to look at where we were, because we had 849 police officers. We had 1,322 employees in our department, and you see where we're at today. Down to what,
960 or so?
963. So we're down significant in terms of personnel, 1,322 to 963. So that's where we were. What I'm focused on is where we need to be, not where we were. Mm-hmm. And the truth of the matter is, I firmly believe we need to be at about 800 sworn police officers today. And the reason I say that is just not a number or us rounding up or anything. At 717 officers where we're at today, we're actually at 707 of this morning. Mm-hmm. And we're still trying to build because of our attrition rate. But about 5 years ago, we were at 317 officers in patrol. Today we're at 255. We really need to get back to that 315 to 317 officers in patrol. Right. And on top of that, we really need to add back some of our investigative functions out there, as well as proactive units. So I would say if we could add somehow, some way, find over the next few years to add back to 800, it would be a plan worth pursuing, because I believe that's where we need to be as a city. I honestly believe that. And we've made great strides in terms of service delivery with our cadets. It's been remarkable what they've been able to accomplish in terms of reducing the response times to lower level type calls, property crimes like burglary and so forth. But the reality is we're not seeing that same reduction in terms of emergency type responses to life-threatening calls and in-progress crimes. And we really got to get those numbers down. We've seen those continue to trickle up, and I believe when someone picks up a phone and calls 911, it's important that we have units available to respond. And we do a great job with the resources you guys have given us. But at some point, I really firmly believe we need to be restoring patrol to about that 300, 315 mark that we were at.
City Manager, I think on the mayor's 5-year plan, was that to bring back to about 736? Was that about right?
Yes, eventually over the 5-year period. Again, a lot of it's dependent upon things such as these RDA debt payment and building the reserves, and there are also some assumptions when it comes to labor concessions.
Okay, so if ideally 800, and in 5 years, if we're successful on the model, then we're 730, is that right? 736, so we're still, 50, 60 short.
As the chief also would point out, that when you start adding officers, you also have to start looking at adding support staff.
Right.
Which, you can have officers, but not enough dispatchers, not enough record keepers, not enough software, not enough computers. I mean, it becomes a lot of competing needs with a very limited amount of resources.
I can tell you, too, one of the areas that's really hurt us in the last few years has been long-term absence of our officers that are on off injured. As of this morning, we're at 65 officers, 40. I believe we had 49 that were on-duty injuries and another 26 off-duty. I know the FPOA Vice President Damon Kurtz has been working diligently to try to find a way to reduce those numbers, and we're working hand in hand. But we've got to get those numbers down, because what we've seen is we have about 26 officers in the department that are in designated positions based on outside funding. That I can't touch. I have about another 12 officers that are in positions that we really can't move. For example, downtown policing unit is there based on a baseline funding level. We have a few other officers that are assigned to units that are task force base. I have 5 officers on the homeless task force. So when you start adding those officers up, plus the ones that are on long-term absence, and the number of officers we've lost, we really do not have the flexibility that we need with the officers we have remaining. So we have to do a combination of things, but one of them is get our long-term absence down, get more officers back to work more timely, because right now the way it works with workers' comp, the system does not allow us to get them back to work more timely. And then secondly is to have a plan, long-term plan, to be able to hire officers.
Okay. I want to thank you, your staff, all the police officers, support staff. You guys did a tremendous job, really, given the resources and the timing. So again, thank you for all you do for Fresno.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilman Zhang.
Good afternoon, Chief. I hope you have allocated at least 45 minutes for me.
I did.
Just kidding. Chief,
those are important questions. Yeah.
I hope so. It just takes me, a little bit longer to ask them. That's all. For the tower, I just want to be a little bit specific with the tower first. I know there was some discussion. We eventually have the tower one, right? The bike unit there that we currently have. What's our budget for that unit and coverage time for that? Do we know?
We actually have an officer that signed Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night to the tower. I believe that's right. Is it those 4, Keith? Yes. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That officer works till 2 a.m. And we did that specifically because of the increased calls for service and crime in that area. So I don't know. It's a full-time police officer. So for whatever that is, top step, equipment, $121,000.
Okay. That's different from the bike unit, right?
Yeah, we actually do not have a bike unit in the tower, although that officer has the ability to get on a bicycle and ride. We have reserve officers that we assign periodically. The bike unit is primarily downtown policing unit, but there have been times when we use that downtown policing unit on their bicycles in the tower as well.
Okay, I've seen that. What would it I know that there's been some discussion not only with an officer there at the allotted time, but to possibly have a more consistent base with the unit, a bike unit there. What are we looking at to have that rotation be a little bit more consistent?
Well, if you're for every officer you would add full time, if you're looking at adding a full time officer, it's about $120,000 per officer for that dedicated role. Okay. And you can do the math if you want to multiply it out times a couple of more. That's ultimately what it is. If the merchants or somebody wanted to do contract policing, that's a little different. It's going to be at a lower rate, but it's not going to give you the consistency of the officers within the tower because that's on a rotating basis.
Okay. And we have talked about that second strategy in terms of the merchant doing the policing. And I know we've had at least a couple of meetings with some of the merchants there. Where are we?
I know Deputy Chief Foster and I met with a couple of the merchants. They were looking at bringing forth some businesses to do that, and I really, Keith, I don't know if there's been any further discussions on their part. You can tell.
Afternoon. As the chief indicated, there have been some discussions with some of the merchants about coming together and forming a business district to apply taxes to pay for additional police services. As of the last meeting, haven't had anything concrete established by those merchants, but there is discussion.
Okay. Do we have a with that officer? Is there a station in there? I know that there was some also talk about having kind of a writing station or just a presence within there. There were some merchants that were open to even having a frontage, just so that people know that that's where the police come and go to do some of their activities.
Well, one of the merchants has opened up their facility for the officer to stop by when there's, time permitting, but we don't have a designated space that's earmarked for a police officer at this time.
Is there a particular reason why we haven't moved towards to get in a space? Because the merchants seem like they're like, we would offer the space for you to be there.
And again, there have been a number of merchants that have talked about it, but they haven't really come up with a space and dedicated to us as of yet. But there's been a lot of discussions, but nothing concrete.
Okay, so the meeting has occurred, but the solution to the idea has not been, I guess, agreed upon by all the different parties then? I just want to make sure, because I still get some conversation halfway through, I'm hearing this and that. So I just want to make sure when I'm talking to my merchants over there that how at least our side, how our police understood it.
Right. And a lot of the merchants have really voiced their approval of the fact that we've designated an officer, as the chief indicated, for the busy days of the week. And there are other establishments that have contract services on a routine basis. So there's been an increased presence. But as far as the business district coming together to earmark a specific space just for police officers, that has not occurred as of yet.
All right. Deputy Chief, I know that when we talked about the bike unit, that it seemed that we were moving towards that, to have a bike unit, one or two to do the tower specifically. But by having the person that's assigned there, as we currently have, has that been sufficient?
Well, it actually has, because the officer there has really established a relationship with the business merchants. They call him directly, and again, we've really had success with that. And as far as having a bicycle presence, I know that we sent some costs for those bicycles, training and things of that nature, but there hasn't been any established funding for that.
Okay. I think I know what you're asking, but I just want to make sure I'm asking the right question for me. So if we have identified funding for that, then that would go in helping out in terms of getting a bike unit there to address some of the issues that our tower residents, or at least the business section, has been talking with us for the last year or so.
Right. I think that the funding that you were discussed and that we provided for you will provide the officer that's already there with a bicycle and pay for his requisite training so that he'd have that bicycle for mobility within that identified area.
So something like that, based on what the chief says, about 190 something plus for the full-time office. 121.
121 would be the cost for the officer, and above that would be the cost for the bicycle and the post-mandated bicycle training.
Well, how many officers are usually in a bike unit? 2, or I've seen as many as 4 at one time.
We have a downtown bike unit, which is a Sergeant 6.
Okay. And how much more cost effective is that compared to an officer in a vehicle and the other things that we're looking in terms of differences?
In the downtown area, it's been successful because it's a small space, a small area, and the bicycles provide an advantage for mobility. And in the tower, certainly if we had that vehicle for the officer, then it would certainly allow him to move around that area more efficiently.
So, Council, I don't want to put a budget amount out there yet, but I'm hoping get a second on a motion to add a bike unit into the tower, and then I'll talk with the chief and deputy chief about how that would look like. So that would be my my motion. All right, thank you, Chief. I got a question. I want to talk a little bit about the jail beds that Member Brand brought forth, and let me thank you. I mean, the numbers and the success, and I didn't think that. I thought you were going to be successful anyway when that initial idea came forth. That was never been my my concern. I think the challenge for me at that time, and when the sheriff was here, and the request was made to this council, and I had an opportunity to also ask the sheriff about our request and what it looked like. And what concerned me was then that was stated was that we at the jail was at 70% inefficient in terms of our beds. And what I interpreted, please tell me if I'm wrong, that out of those 10 beds, 7 of those beds were housing people that haven't been matriculated. 3 were, well, I guess, went through the matriculated process and are doing what it's supposed to be doing, but the other 7 were just housing people there. And part of that dilemma that we had was, one, shortage of district attorney, shortages of public defender's office. There was some discussion even about getting an arraignment court in, and that's where at least the process went. We haven't seen the result of that yet. And now the question came up, following up on that with Member Brand, was that, well, if that was successful, or at least let's just say if it was 10% successful and we had a 60% inefficient rate, would there still be additional or a request for us to continue to provide that services? At least my experience up here is that the answer to me would be yes, even though we were successful in reducing some of those rates, that we would still be requested to pay for that.
Right. Well, we're always going to have individuals in jail that are pre-sentenced. That's just every jail in the state does, every jail in the country. The question is, what's an acceptable level? And I think it's important to note that this is the busiest courtroom in the state of California per capita. It is extremely busy, and we do not have enough judges. We do not have enough DAs. We do not have enough public defenders. And so that has to be addressed. But along that same line there is room for an increase in efficiency within the courtrooms. And I think the judges agree, everybody agrees. The question is how to achieve that. And the overall solution, if in fact there is increased efficiency and you free up a few hundred beds, then the question is, do you have early release? I don't know. You may have some, but not like we have today, and we may not need the 5 beds.
Yeah, and you're right in terms of the challenges that we're all, and as I've said, I don't disagree with those because we're facing them. I think the challenge I have as a representative of our residents here, that our residents has already paid once for the services. We've already paid tax for the services to hopefully address some of this issue. This request is now coming specifically just to the residents of Fresno, nobody else. And they maybe, the residents could be, the criminals could be just acting in Fresno. I don't know. They're not going anywhere outside. There's not a peripheral impact. I really don't know. But we have representative on the board that also represents us as city residents. So I have a hard time, and like I said, I'm glad that the program is successful. I'm on board. But I have a hard time to come to tell my residents here that we're charging you twice, just you, and we're not being very upfront to our residents that they're the only one that's covering that cost. As you said, we need more cars, we need more ammo, we need more communication device, need more patrol cars. More patrol units in terms of what I'm looking at. So there's a whole host of needs, and it seems that this particular funding, whether it comes to general fund or other sources, can be utilized in different ways. So that's my difficulty. As I've said, the first time it came, I had a difficult time in approving it. This time, on this particular issue, I will not approve it. I would not approve this particular issue, even if you came back to me and said, this is the most successful thing, because I think this is something that needs to be worked out by our two public safety chief and officer, and that's the sheriff and that's you, and that should be addressed in that way, and I think it should be, not to come back and say, the city of Fresno, you need to come up with the additional money. We're not even getting 50% cutoff here. It costs us 150 here, city of Fresno. You come in 75, and county would come in with 75. Right. We're not even getting that. So it's a difficult decision for me. And not to say that I don't support what you're doing, I do, and I support what we're trying to do. But the message, it's a tough message for the representative that we're here trying to represent our residents, which is all the city of Fresno.
It's a legitimate philosophical debate in terms of who should pay for it and whether or not we should have guaranteed beds. I can't control in terms of who gets released from jail. I don't have that ability, that authority. There's a federal consent decree in place. But what I do have control over is what the sheriff has allowed me to have control over, and that is those 5 beds. And having control over the fact that those people that we put in them do not get released has made a tremendous impact in our community in terms of reducing victimization. And so that's where I have focused my energy on what I could control.
No, and I appreciate that, and that makes a huge difference. And like I said, I think that's kind of the best option that you have with. But as policymakers up here, we have a say in that. Sure. As a policymaker up here in terms of this body, we're representing the city of Fresno. And if we're saying that it's okay to tax our resident twice, because that's basically what we're saying, then that's a very discouraging message. And I don't know if our residents understand that. And so I think when we put the public safety side, which is extremely important, but they also expect us that once they give or once they pay whatever their share is, because we get that all the time, hey, I pay my taxes just like everybody else, and I want things done. And if our answer is saying, well, we're inefficient with this big percentage, and if we were to improve, that doesn't guarantee that you're not going to come back and say, oh, they still need us to come up with this particular additional budget. That's what I'm concerned about too, is that we're successful. Now there's another reason for us to keep continuing to support this with additional funds, where we haven't had a solution to come and say, you really don't need, this is a one-time or two-time deal to get us out where we need to get out, and that we found a long-term solution to where we're addressing the inefficiencies that we're having. So that's where you'll find me in opposition to this particular program. I think it's a great strategy for what's in front of you, Chief. You did what you had to do, but I think it's a message that this policy body should be looking at, an important message that should be addressed, because we're part of the county here. We pay into the county fund, we pay into the county truffle, just like the million or so folks that we have. It just happens that we're 500,000 people. That's all.
Okay. Fair.
I think I'm pretty short on that one. Thanks, Chief. Yes, Bruce.
Can I ask a clarifying question? There was a motion on the floor.
Yes, there is.
Was there a second?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Just to clarify, are you asking the chief to come up with the increased number, in other words, a proposal that would increase the number of sworn positions, or are you asking him to take the number of sworn positions contained in his budget and reallocate to create the unit?
So I asked him for the additional bike unit for the tower. The details will be worked out, and that'll be presented when the motion gets clarified.
Is that
okay?
Is that within the existing 717?
It could be or it could not be, but allow me to have that discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, I'm sorry. Is this a request for information or a motion?
It's a budget. It's a budget motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. A lot of what I wanted to cover sounds like it's certainly been covered. You know, I may do some slight reiteration. Certainly appreciate Lee asking the very last question he asked was really kind of where I was probably going to start with how many officers we actually have and what we really need, our current needs. And I may linger there for a minute, but I want to quickly just support Councilmember Zhang's motion for the bike unit in the Tower District. I mean, I know a lot of my colleagues may have forgotten. Councilmember Zhang and I don't forget, though, we lost the police substation there. With that substation, they lost the bike unit, and they lost a pretty significant presence for maybe one of the most unique places in the city. And the residents have not forgotten about that. You know, we hear it from both ends, and returning some presence to that area is obviously paramount. You know, they love the bike unit, and they, like I said, they lost that and the substation and the tower units. I know we certainly have one of the units back, but you know, a little increased presence there would go a long way. Even some type of presence on Olive Avenue or Port Writing Room or something would probably go a long way with that community. So thank you, Councilmember Zhang, for that motion. I guess, again, most of, you know, and also I want to echo some support and Councilmember Zhang's feelings of I guess, I guess the right word is we understand about the beds and obviously what we're doing for our residents, but I think he's absolutely right in that our residents are being doubly taxed on that. And a long-term solution, whether it's our own jail or something else, obviously is going to need to be explored in the long term, because just, you know, basically they're contracting out beds to us. You know, if that's all it's going to be, then we should look at getting our own jail, as far as I'm concerned. And then we hold folks as long as we need to, but it's under our control. So I would be looking for a long-range solution with that. And it's really not, in all honesty, Chief, I think we all realize up here it's really not your job to figure out the long-range solution. We have to have that conversation with the county, you know. So I appreciate what you're doing, though. So Chief, you mentioned that we're at 707 officers today.
Yes.
Okay. And so obviously, Councilmember Brand asked what I was certainly going to pick up on is, you know, we have 717 that we have budgeted. We have 748. Looks like that's allocated but not budgeted. Am I understanding? How do I read that number?
748 authorized.
Yeah, 748. But we can't fund the additional 30 or some odd 31. Right. So they're allocated but not funded. Right? Okay. So help me understand that. We have 748 positions that we say we need, that we have allocated for. We have 707 that we actually have, but we're authorized to have 717 for this fiscal year. So what does the 748 number represent exactly?
basically represents the PCNs that the department has allocated, but there's no funding. There's no the $3 million plus that you would need is not available in the budget.
Okay. So why do we hold that number?
Well, we hold that number because of a decision in past budgets to simply defund the positions, and then if funding were to become available during the year, whichever year that might have been, then the positions were already in the budget, and the only thing that needed to be approved by the council would have been the funding.
Okay.
I'll also remind council that the 30 cadets dispatchers that we hired this year, we took into account, for lack of a better term, the float, the time it takes to hire an officer, vacancies occur, attrition rates. And so we already used, to some extent, the savings that we were experiencing last year to fund an ongoing cost. So the 30 cadets, we used salary savings because we didn't have 717 sworn positions the whole time. So we're taking that into account. The commitment that we're making to the chief is that he's going to go out and we're going to do everything we can to get the number actually closer to 717 rather than hovering around 700, 698. So that's the difference. Last year we kind of let those positions hang or float out there. We used it at mid-year. We used the savings by not funding at 717 to hire cadets. And dispatchers. We're not going to do that this year. We're going to hire officers.
Okay, so I get that, and those were desperate times, and that's not a great thing. That's not a great thing, but I understand, and I was certainly glad that we were able to take some of those quote-unquote savings and hire support staff, because as you know, I have a whole line of questions about the support staff too. But for right now, I certainly want to hang on the officers and the plan to get us to the chief. We have 748 allocated. The chief has said for now 2 years, because you had the same number last year, chief, that we need 800 officers. It's not including support staff, so I want to make sure that we segregate the discussions. And so right now we have 707. We're 93 officers below where you think we need to be at the rate we're going. Remember, Brand did say that it would take us, maybe 10 years or longer to get to 800 officers at this rate. And I'm sure in 10 years that number will change. I'm guessing. I could be crazy. But so what I'm saying is we're a long way from where we need to be just on the sworn side of our police department. And amazingly, we're doing a great job at reducing crime by really ordering people back and really asking a lot more out of every single staff person that works at the police department, every police officer, every support staff personnel. I know Dee got up here a moment ago and talked about the records department and how limited their staffing was. I am very certain that every department within the police department would have a very similar argument. And so, Chief, not to ask you, and I want to commend you on. I was going to ask about the real-time crime center too, and I'm glad again, Councilmember Brandt covered a lot of probably everybody's questions up here. I was certainly glad that we got that clarified, because I think that's going to be a real asset. But as you project this out, Chief, with crime trends looking like what they are, obviously we're incorporating new technology to offset some of the staffing changes the lack of staffing we have. How long can we survive, in your opinion, with not making some very serious headway by adding police, sworn officers back to the police force?
Well, in order to answer that question, I guess I have to say this, that no matter, as the number of officers remain the same or become fewer, and the demand for police services become greater, whether that's calls for service or an increased workload on them because of what's happened with 809 and early releases, it requires us to shift priorities and resources to meet those priorities. And what that means is that we no longer do some of the things that we used to do. or we decrease our response times. And it really boils down to what is an acceptable level of service. And you know, the word service can mean different things to different people. But service for us in police work means how fast we get to an emergency call for service, whether that is life-threatening or an in-progress crime. For example, we were at below 7 minutes for an in-progress or a life-threatening call for service a few years ago. We are now up over 8 minutes. 1 minute means a lot when it comes to a life-threatening call, as you know. In terms of the in-progress crimes or in-progress incidents, whether it's a burglary in progress or other type of crime in progress, that number has really slipped. We were up around 17 to 18 minutes now on that.
Wow.
What was it?
Not acceptable.
Where were we at a few years ago, Chief? I remember that number being.
We were probably somewhere around the 13 minute mark.
So okay.
So we've added about 4 to 5 minutes on that one. So citizens of Fresno have been very good about it, but we can't continue to go in that direction. We're doing everything we can to get that number down, but it just really boils down to we are 110 plus square miles in this city, and you know there's travel time involved. You got to have units in service out in the field when that call comes in. For units for dispatch to be able to send a unit. We've suffered some incredible criticism this year in the media because of the simple fact is that we would have some type of in-progress crime that we wouldn't get to timely. Well, it wasn't because we didn't want to.
Right.
It's because our units were tied up on other in-progress type crimes. But we suffer the criticism for that.
Right.
So you got to have units in service, you got to have units available, and you got to have dispatch in a position to be able to handle those calls and to process them quickly and get them out to the unit so we can respond in a timely manner.
Right. And so it sounds like really our citizenry is going to remain safe no matter what, because I know you guys are going to respond and make sure that the resources are allocated appropriately, but the level of service that our citizenry gets is going to suffer with the lack of staffing. And I think that's really where I want to hover for a moment, because it isn't that our community isn't safe, it's that our community is asking for better service. And they don't understand why they're not getting better service. This is a very nuanced discussion, quite frankly. I have it many times with my residents, and luckily I can explain some of this because I certainly understand that when we lost so much of the support staff and we lost so many officers all at the same time through attrition, that officers now are handling lower priority calls, which don't allow them to respond as quickly to those higher priority calls, and people don't understand that. So so we're roughly 90, 93, 97 officers, somewhere in that ballpark, below where we need to be currently.
Funding wise, about 83. We have the authority and the funding to hire 717.
Okay.
We have conditional officers out now. We're working up towards 10 more cops.
Okay. But it takes 18 months almost to get that police officer ready to be right on their own, right?
There's been some efficiencies, but if we take officers that have already been through the academy,
okay,
it will take us about 8 months.
Okay.
But if we have to wait from the Galley Academy, it's about 14 months.
Right. So we know we're a significant way away from having the level of just sworn personnel that we need to give our citizens the service level that we desire. I mean, again, we can, it's a healthy debate and it's a philosophical one at times, but obviously the idea is trying to provide the citizenry the service that they deserve, that we think they desire. When it comes to support staff, where should we be with support staff? Because I know that's the public safety apparatus is as much dependent on our sworn personnel as it is our support staff in order to ensure a whole array of issues for our officers. Where do we need to be as far as that, Chief?
We lost about 280 civilian. We've added back about 40. I would think, again, that's where we were. I think where we need to be, if we had another 50 to 60 civilians in our department, it would really go a long way, because we need to continue to add in dispatch. We're still, even after the 7 dispatchers we've hired today, we're still 7 below where we were back in 2007, and 911 calls for service have increased by 42% since then. We need to add 4 property and evidence technicians today, because we are increasing our storage capacity. And then we do need to increase some of our support personnel that was spoke of earlier in terms of records and a number of other support positions in the staff. I would think 40 to 50 would very easily get us where we need to be, and it could be fewer. There's been some efficiencies that have occurred over the last 5 years in our department with technology and outsourcing and so forth, but we still need the people. I don't know how we're able to do what we do in the business office, for example, with the number of cuts that we've had, other than people are working harder. We operated with 5 dispatch supervisors for the last 4 to 5 years. That's 24/7. There's no way that can happen. Well, it's because they were willing to work crazy hours, long hours, and we made a lot of acting positions in there. So,
and that goes back to what you say, just really asking a lot more of the staff that's there.
And we're using sworn people. For example, we used to have a dedicated community service officer that did nothing but do presumptive analysis on all of our drug testing and do the testimony in court. That position's gone. We now use a full-time narcotics officer to do that. And we had already cut our narcotics unit by 50%. So when you ask that question, there are sworn members, as you said, sworn members doing non-sworn work in the department. We still have that today.
That's right.
And then we have some work that's just not being done, and some work that's being done by light-duty officers. And we transition to the real-time crime center. Those light-duty officers are going to go there. And so at some point, we're going to have to work out how we get that work done.
Right, and just really quickly, so my colleagues and the public understands what that means, is that what the chief said very, very delicately was that's an inefficiency that exists when a sworn officer is doing a non-sworn job. That officer could be either in on patrol, responding to crimes in progress in service, calls for service, or obviously in a proactive unit. And instead, we're taking that person, that officer, and paying them a whole lot of money, a whole lot more money, and having them do a job that can be done for a lot, for a staff person for a lot less. And we're also losing the ability for that officer to be in the field. So that's what that means, and which is why the combination of support staff and sworn is so very important, in my opinion. So, Chief, by my calculations, in your mind, we need roughly about another 140, 150 overall staff in the police department, 83 police officers, roughly 50 to 60, somewhere between 130 and 130 and 140, I think. Lee will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sensing that's kind of where we need. And I'll highlight that at one point you said that we had 280 civilian personnel, and you're only asking for about 100 right now.
Actually, we lost 280 civilians.
Right.
We added back 30 cadets and 7 dispatchers and a couple of others, so 40. Really,
40 right now.
I believe instead of the 280, I think 100 gets us where.
Right, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying. We had 280, and you're only asking for 100 right now. You said if we had 100. You said we have 40 right now, and about another 60 will get us where you think we'd be sufficient. So
You're asking for about 100 there. We had 849 sworn officers. You're asking for significantly less there with 800. So it sounds like, the department has adjusted and adapted to whatever our new reality is, and you're not asking for what you don't need. These are what your baseline numbers that you think we need. So I want to be in support of that. And as I have for the last 2 budget cycles, I'll say, I don't think we have a spending problem. I think we have a revenue problem. I don't think that there's anywhere where we can get to those numbers with our current budget projections within 5 years. I just don't believe that. With the staffing levels being so low and back to our sworn personnel, and I know we have increases in our requests for overtime, if we were to increase staffing, how would that alleviate some of that overtime demand, in your opinion?
Well, 2 things that have to happen. Whenever we have officers that are on probation that we hired that are off training, we have the ability to place them where we want, and we place them where the need is. And so having officers on probation is a big help for us. And that's why we like to have officers scattered out on probation over a period of time. That's the way we were for many, many years. When they got off probation, we looked at where the vacancies were, and we placed those officers in those vacancies, and it minimized overtime. What's happened over the last 5 years with stagnation and no hiring, we have no one on probation, therefore we have not been able to do that, so overtime obviously naturally goes up. And one of the other things that we've had to do internally in working with the POA is to reduce minimum staffing levels on both day shift and as well as swing shifts. We've actually lowered the minimum number of bodies that we've had out in the field. Otherwise, we would have had to eliminate our entire violent crime impact team to cover that.
Wow.
So and the overtime issue. So we've made some adjustments internally, but overtime is how we fill them, and we can do that to a degree. But and in the summer months, obviously that's when a lot of people take time off and vacations. We don't allow the discretionary time off, and if it impacts minimum staffing, we just don't. They have to find a replacement.
So is it safe to say that as we are able, I don't know if you've run any projections to say that if we at least had our 717 officers, how much of that overtime number would be alleviated? What does that look like, even with 717?
Well, I believe in we won't be able to increase our minimum staffing levels, obviously yet.
Right.
But when we get the when we're at full staff, 717 officers, and we're able to place the officers, we're going to probably stop having to utilize our proactive units for minimum staffing. We'll still have overtime, but we're no longer going to have to rely upon those proactive units.
Okay, so even with the 717, the overtime numbers would stay relatively similar, but we would be able to return our proactive units to doing obviously that.
That's correct.
Okay. So we need to be above the 717 number to really see an impact in our overtime numbers.
Right, and there's going to be overtime. There's going to be last minute people calling in sick, as you know. There's going to be those things that occur.
But obviously, I know you mentioned that we're doing that mandatory over that order back, basically because we can't even meet minimum staffing on some of the shifts.
And the goal is to increase minimum staffing to where it was at one point. That will give us more officers in the field to be more timely on the response.
There we go. Okay. Well, like I said, I don't want to belabor my points. I appreciate all your time, Chief. I think you, as always, I always say that I was very proud to be a Fresno police officer. Completely enjoyed my time as an officer. It taught me way more about life than I would ever want to share with folks. But I really do believe that this council, in my opinion, has to really begin to take a look at what you've been asking for and where we're at and how long it's going to take us to get there. And we're a long ways off at this current rate. There's a lot of good stuff in this budget, and we're certainly moving in the right direction, but we're a long ways off from where we need to be, and we all know that. And so we've got to make some tough decisions, and I think really admitting to the public that we can continue on the trajectory that we're on, and continue to we're of course we're safe, but the service that we desire is not there, and those require some tough decisions. So I appreciate the service that you give us. I appreciate the service of all of the officers and the support staff, because listen, I've always likened this is our military. You keep us safe, and we should not forget that. And as even with the United States government, they have tough discussions about what the level of military funding should be or not be, or how safe are we really, or are we really not safe? We have these very same discussions here on the local level. So I, for one, have realized that we don't have a spending problem. We have a revenue problem, and this is one of the departments that are affected by that. So thank you for your time, and I believe, I'm not the last speaker, but
thank you.
Thanks.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you. Just to play off that, it sounds like from that dialogue that civilians would be a critical component now, in that civilian assistance would enable us to be more efficient with our existing officers.
That's true.
And perhaps reduce overtime as well.
It would certainly help us to reduce some overtime in dispatch. I can say that for certainty. And I don't know in terms of other units other than our Crime Scene Investigations Bureau. We've went from about 25 crime scene investigators, and today I think we're down to 12. And so we are having to, that's 24/7. And so we're having to use overtime for those, yes.
I had some questions on the forfeiture situation, but if 50% cut in narcotics pretty well answers that question as to why forfeiture is down.
That's a significant portion of it is that and this thing called marijuana, which has consumed a lot of our major narcotics time, going out on indoor-outdoor grows. And while they're out there checking on those complaints from neighborhoods, they're not able to do some of the proactive narcotics work they used to do that led to asset seizures.
I think code enforcement helped out there for a while, didn't they?
Yes, and still does.
That might be an area of expansion to reduce officer time on those types of calls.
They're still going to need a police presence just because of the nature, as you know, of those grows. There's weapons involved and criminals involved, so there's still going to need to be a police presence. I think at some time, there's probably a need for some type of a marijuana interdiction type team just that addresses marijuana grows in our city. Right now we do it as we can based on resources available.
I had another question on the separation with the county from their technology versus the city with ISD. Is the sheriff's office willing to share the information that they've procured from this process with the FPD?
I'm sure they would if we asked for. In terms of you talking about how they went about it and what the results have been?
Both.
Sure, I can make that request.
Would you kind of let us know?
Yes.
The results would be a great meeting, I think, and would help us become more and more efficient.
Sure, I'll make that request.
And then on the training center, how's that going? Has it met our expectations? Is it functioning in the red or the black? Or
yeah, actually the training center is doing very, very well, and I'm glad you brought that up. Because anytime you go into a new venture, you have projections. You're not sure whether you're going to hit them, just like a business. But we've been very fortunate. I can tell you in FY12, I'll just talk about the revenue side. Mm-hmm. Revenue in FY12 was $545,000. FY13, $694,000. This year, we're probably going to be right around $600,000. And in terms of the training out there today, it's about 60% outside agencies, 40% Fresno PD, and the number of hours out there, you can go out there any day of the week and you'll see significant number of people utilizing that facility, and obviously they're using it, and there's a reimbursement from the state for the use of that facility. So it has done extremely well in terms of generating the revenue that we need in order for us to not only to pay for ongoing operational costs, but also to offset the debt service
excellent
that is paid.
On the identity theft that was mentioned earlier, skyrocketing, seems to be repeat offenders. And it has an effect not only with the theft at the outset, but the trickle-down effect to various aspects of that particular crime. So I'm wondering, it's not a violent crime, but the mental and emotional stress that causes is tremendous. So I'm wondering, would it be worthwhile to have bed space for identity theft perpetrators? Something to think about.
Well, we do know that there's commonality between people that are burglarizing homes, prolific burglars, prolific auto theft suspects, and prolific identity thief suspects. All of them are career criminals. All of them are doing what they do to support their drug habit, and most oftentimes that's methamphetamine. And the only thing that stops them is for either them to be incarcerated or to get rid of their addiction. And incarceration oftentimes leads to them getting off their addiction, as we all know. So yes, that would have, I think burglary suspects, auto theft, and identity theft all, obviously need dedicated beds. And we're not prevented from using a bed for identity theft or burglary. In fact, we do from occasion. But we try really hard not to take away from the auto theft beds.
I think it'd be a good idea, perhaps to expand that, maybe 7 beds or whatever you think would be appropriate to stop that. I mean, it's just outrageous these days. For the record, 6th and Shaw substation was closed. I, like my colleagues, would love to see that open. That's in the backyard of Bulldog Lane, El Dorado Park, so it'd be a great facility to reopen if it's at all possible. You mentioned homeless task force. How's that working or doing with the shopping court ordinance that we just passed? Is that working out well, or do we?
Which one was
the homeless task force you mentioned? Are they dealing with the shopping cart ordinance, or are those two interrelated? How's that working out?
Currently, the homeless task force are the only ones that are dealing with the shopping cart ordinance in terms of the retrieval. They just got a trailer this past week. I just got an update this morning in terms of what they have seized. Incredible amount of shopping carts that they have seized to date. There's a sergeant plus 4 officers, 2 code enforcement, and then 2 people that work on it from sanitation as needed. And I think all of you would agree that we've had a lot of success from the efforts of the homeless task force, and the fact that they actually report really to the city manager in terms of making sure that we have a coordinated effort in our city. So it's been very effective. We're seeing fewer and fewer shopping carts that are out there on our streets today, and it's a little by little is the progress that we're making. But the encampments, there are no encampments in the city of Fresno, and that's the first time we can say that for many, many years.
It seems that in my travels, in my district in particular, there's fewer and fewer carts, but on the major intersections, they seem to be dogpiling, if you will, into those areas, and hopefully we can address that sooner than later as well. And on that 6th and Shaw substation, I think there's still an office there that could be used for writing reports, maybe not to work as a distribution center, if you will, but a location where their presence, writing reports, taking a break that's much deserved, maybe that could be incorporated in our future there. And on page 1, there was an interesting statement here. It says B117. There are many changes in the department. Lieutenants replace captains as district commanders, etc. And it said that the immediate results have been impressive, but the real payoff has yet to come. Does that mean the captains then would cycle back to patrol and impart their experience and increased level of experience for those that are relatively new in the department or can look for ways to go up the chain of command?
Well, I think there's been a great deal of stagnation in the organization in terms of promotion. We have not promoted a staff officer, lieutenant and above, since 2007. Since that time, we've lost a deputy chief, 3 captains, and at the end of this month, will be 7 lieutenants. And so what ends up happening is not only is there a lack of movement horizontally, but there's a lack of movement vertically, and therefore the people that are going to be here in the future leading the city are not necessarily being able to get the experience that they need to be able to lead in this city. And so what we tried to do was to restructure the organization to where we could push down increased levels of responsibility to the lower ranks, in essence, push down the district commander's responsibility to the lieutenants versus the captain. And we have seen that pay off in terms of obviously there's an excitement level because we're changing things up. But when I say the big dividends will be later, when those individuals rise through the ranks after having the experience that they've been able to get at this point in their career.
Thank you very much, Chief. Good job to you and everybody on the force. And obviously we're all supportive and want to keep Fresno rolling.
Thank you.
Oh, really? You know, since I have the floor, I'd like to make a motion to have a report writing room at 6th and Shaw, if we can. Have a second. What? A report writing room at the 6th and Shaw, former officer in that area, because I know there's space available, and not as a substation, but at least a place where the officers can take care of business on Shaw Avenue and be able to write those reports quickly and efficiently at that location.
Do we have any idea what the lease payment would be?
Probably $100 a month.
How much?
I'm just kidding. No, I do not.
Was that Santa Cruz?
We talking about utilizing the old location, but having access to it, maybe them getting, donating some space, and then I'm sure we can work through those details to make that occur. The real cost is obviously always setting up a computer system at that location.
Well, thank you for taking that in consideration, Chief.
I did want to answer something on the shopping cart too. I had them research it. Since the ordinance went in place, our folks, our homeless task force, has seized 2,100 shopping carts in our city. 2,100. It's incredible.
Chief, seriously, are we getting reimbursement for that? Because they pay for those things, don't they? City manager?
Right now, the shopping, the retailers, as part of the ordinance, they're coming in, they're collecting them, with the understanding if we keep collecting somebody's shopping carts over and over, then that's when the other side of the ordinance will kick in. We'll start looking at other ways to incentivize them to start actively managing those carts.
Okay, I got you.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, point of clarification. Did that motion have a second?
Yes, it did.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, from what I understand, Jane, the chief's going to work out a zero lease payment kind of thing. So if that's the case, I don't even know if it's going to be, it'll be a non-budget issue.
I didn't say that. Nothing's for free.
Chief, by the time it gets to me, almost all the good questions have been asked. But I'm going to do a little bit of mop up here just for myself. On the cadets, going back to the cadets, have all the 30 cadets are they now in place in the field working?
Yes and no. All 30 cadets have been hired. We did lose one, and we just had to hire another one here recently. But all 30 cadets are hired. One of those is still in training.
Okay.
And we've had to divert 6 of those into the dispatch center.
Wow.
And the reason is simply because we're not able, there's about 2,600 calls per day that come into the dispatch center. About 1,100 of those are 911 type calls, with another 1,500 that are non-emergency, the 621-7000 number. And so we don't have enough people in there to handle those calls in a timely fashion, the 621-7000. So it takes our call takers away from the ability to answer 911 calls timely. So we created, Captain Reed created somewhat of a call diversion unit inside of dispatch where those cadets are in there during peak hours when those calls are coming in non-emergency, so that they can divert some of them away from the call takers. It's not a long-term measure by any means. It's a short-term measure until we can continue to hire some dispatchers, because we have 9 of them right now in training that are not able to be out on their own. So at least until they can be off training, until we can start hiring some more dispatchers. And then we'll get those 6 cadets back in the field. So I can tell you the results have been very, very impressive with the cadets we've had. We kept some numbers in terms of where we were prior to the cadet deployment and where we are after the cadet deployment. And prior to the cadets going out in the field, on average, there was about 102 calls holding at the end of day shift. That number went down to about 17. And there was about 110 at the end of swing shift. That number went down to 22. And so the cadets have done a great job in terms of reducing the response times and the number of calls that are holding. We still have work to do. We recently, when we initially deployed the initial 15 cadets, we limited the types of calls that they would handle: vehicle burglary, auto theft, and some residential business burglaries. With the addition of the other 15 cadets, we started having those handle other types of calls to include identity theft type cases. And so we've broadened their role, freeing up police officers from having to handle those. And it's really, I believe, made a remarkable difference, not only in our freeing up police officers, but actually having a personalized response to some of these crimes. Because prior to the cadets, we weren't responding to vehicle burglaries or auto theft. We handled those over the phone, or we had them report them online. And so now we're personalizing that service, which also allows us to retrieve physical evidence that helps us to solve the crime. So that was it's had a major impact.
Right. I really appreciate that, personalizing that service, and the fact that in some cases now cadets can go out and interact with our citizens rather than just them having to do a cold report online, and gives them the feeling that maybe nothing's getting done, or not as fast as we would all wish. So I know it's not a sworn officer, but having a cadet out there, that's fantastic. Yes. All right. So once these the call operators, dispatch operators get in place, these 9, then we'll bring those other 6 cadets back into that same opportunity to go out and answer calls.
That's the goal, yes.
All right, cool. Let's see. All right, Chief. I think that's really it for my questions. Anything else you'd like to add to today's?
I do want to thank the council for the ongoing support. There's no question between the mayor and the council, you guys, public safety is a high priority for us in the city. I know that there is never enough money to go around. And so when I stand up here today, I know it's difficult for you. And I really don't mean to say, here's what I'm asking, as much as here are the needs. Because there are needs out there, tremendous needs in every single department in the city. And we have those needs as well. And the goal for me is to keep that in the forefront of people's minds, so that appropriate planning takes place, so that we can, however we do it, whether it's finding a new revenue stream or reprioritizing, whatever it is, that we're able to meet those needs. So thank you for all the very good questions that were asked today as well. Give me an opportunity to expand on what those needs are. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. And thanks to our other chiefs and captains and our other officers here today. Thank you, guys. I think that concludes today's agenda, right? No, we're not doing that today. You wanted to add something, Bruce?
No, just that it'll be interesting, because tomorrow will be fire.
Yes.
So I'm curious if some of the same questions are going to be asked of that chief. So
I'm glad you mentioned that, Bruce. So tomorrow, when we begin at 9 o'clock in the morning, we're going to have finance personnel, then fire, then public works, then city council. So.